What's up, Flannelverse? Best Ball Mania is about 89% full, and I have 29 more BBMs to stream. Worried that it's going to be full by Saturday, so I'm going to be streaming basically nonstop from now until then, until Friday. I'm hoping to end my Best Ball Mania streams Friday afternoon is kind of the plan right now. But in the meantime, going to be streaming a ton. I do have 3 fantasy football season-long drafts on Thursday night, so that's kind of going to be the end of the marathon streams. But going to be doing 2 today, probably 2 tomorrow, and then a long one on Thursday before finishing up Friday afternoon. The goal has always been to have Pete Overzet on for the final stream for the passing of the torch of the oldest guy to ever stream 150 Best Ball Mania. You know, that's everybody's goal, to be the oldest to stream 150 Best Ball Manias. So gonna have Pete Overzet on Friday, hoping for that to be my 150th at noon on Friday. So that's kind of what we're aiming towards, hoping to get 10 done today. Gonna start right now, solo streaming. Let's pull this up. Jumping in if you want to get in with me. Yeah, 88.9% full. So for today, for this stream, I'm going to be solo for the first one. For the second draft, Derek Brown, DBro, is going to join me. Going to get some of his takes on some of his flag plants this year. He's always, he has some hot takes. He can come in. Last year, he was super high on Puka Nacua, for example. Obviously was the 18th round pick that you wanted. So looking forward to having DBro on starting for with the second draft, and then the final draft of this stream, FantasyGuruDrew, friend of mine who is a DFS Pro, is going to join for that one. And then tonight, I've just got one guest lined up as of now, but it is Sacrilegious, one of the architects of the Sidekick tool that you can see right here. So we can kind of ask him about how the tool works as we're drafting, hoping to get another 5 or so done tonight. So it's going to be a busy day, a lot of streaming for me today. All right, we're starting with the 5 hole. What's up, Jeremy? Good to see you. So yeah, just jumping right into it. I said this, I did a stream, impromptu stream late last night. Not going to be doing a ton of looking at other people's teams probably this week, because I'm just going to be trying to slam in so many drafts to get to 150 before it fills. I'm going to be going just bang, 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 one after the other. See Matt Martin here. I don't think we've drafted together in BBM in the 6 hole. What's up, Matt, if you're here? Fresh picks in the 8 hole. Anybody else I know in here? I did not see Jeremy in here in the draft with me. Anybody else watching the stream, drafting with me? Let me know. I just saw that Kadarius Toney was cut like moments before I started streaming, so that's kind of interesting. I have not drafted a ton of Kadarius Toney. I actually think this might end up helping his value if he goes somewhere else. Maybe you'll have an opportunity somewhere, but probably not a ton of value anyway. All right, Jamar Chase, come on down. It is super hot in Minnesota right now, and I do not have air conditioning in my office, which is not ideal. I've been blasting the AC from our bedroom. I've left the door open, trying to get it kind of cool in here, but it is not cool in here. It's pretty hot. All right, well, I'll be doing probably 5 drafts in this stream, Jeremy. So if you want to join for another one, hop on in. Oh yeah, there you are, Matt. What's going on? Somebody was asking me yesterday about my flag plants this year, and couldn't really come up with who my flag plants are. Of course, I am pretty even with my exposures, but I pulled up my my top exposures just to kind of get an idea of remind me of some of these guys. So looking at quarterback, I mean, definitely very in on Kyler this year. Dak is sort of he just lines up really well with CD. So I don't really feel like I'm going out of my way to target Dak, but I end up with a lot of Dak just because he lines up so well with CD. But Kyler definitely somebody that I am targeting. Like I reach on Kyler sometimes. Lamar Jackson, of course, love to take him anytime I can get Lamar. I'm happy with that. Jaden Daniels, I would say, is somebody that I am actively targeting, trying to be above the field on Jaden Daniels. But you can see I go elite quarterback quite a bit. I actually thought I would have more Trevor Lawrence than I have. I'm pretty in on the Jacksonville offense. I'd love to call him one of my guys. Of course, I only have 9.5%, so maybe the numbers don't support it. Khalil Herbert is the one that I named. I think, yeah, he qualifies as my guy. If I have one flag plant this year, it probably is Khalil Herbert, and that is one that it's a dangerous flag plant because he could be not much at all. Here, I'll make my pick here. I have so much Olave. Same bye week as Jamar Chase. What do I want to do here? I'm going to go Malik Neighbors. So yeah, Khalil Herbert, I would say, is an actual my guy. I think he could just win a role on the Bears. I don't think that DeAndre Swift is particularly great. So I actually think Khalil Herbert is the better running back of the two. So I think it is possible that he could just win a role there. I also think maybe the Bears have been showcasing him a little bit for a potential trade. I think that gets less and less likely with the trade not happening so far. That has been kind of the hope all along, is that he ends up on the Cowboys or some other team where he's going to have a real opportunity as like the RB1. Because again, I think he's a really talented running back. Like all of the metrics seem to support him. But for whatever reason, the Bears don't seem to love Khalil Herbert. I'm still buying the talent where he's going in drafts. So I would say he is an actual, like, if I'm flag planting one player, it is probably Khalil Herbert this year, somebody I've been actively targeting. Coming back around. Thank you, Jason. It is, admittedly, it doesn't seem like it should be that tough, but I've been super tired. So like last night, I was planning on making up some sleep, going to bed early. And then I was like, shit, I need to get these drafts in. So have not been able to really catch up on sleep. Hopefully I'll get enough done today that I'll be able to relax a little bit, sleep in tomorrow, come in well rested. Helps a lot having so far 3 guests. Maybe I'll find a 4th at some point. But having somebody to talk to, like just talking to yourself for 5 hours, would be really difficult for me. So definitely appreciate guests coming on the stream. Sidekick wants Ayuk. Man, if he's on the Niners, he's a great value here. I do kind of like Devonta Smith. I think I'm going to go Devonta Smith here. Might be making a mistake. Maybe I should be buying the dip on Ayuk. So much talent. If he does end up on the Niners, I think he's going to be a great value again. Sort of starting to think that Ayuk might end up on the Commanders, which I don't think would be great for him. Dowdle, I mean, looks like one of my guys. I guess I've liked Dowdle all along. Where he's going in drafts, he seems like a pretty good value. I don't feel as strongly as the numbers would suggest here. It's mostly just he could be an RB1 on the Cowboys. If he ends up being the RB1 on the Cowboys, like, he's obviously a great pick where he's been going in drafts. I mean, he was going 130-ish for a while. He's moved up a little bit, but not somebody that I feel as strongly about as Khalil Herbert, because I think he could just have his job taken away from him. Zeke might also be the RB1 there. I have been actively going after Chase Brown with all the speculation that he might be the RB1 in Cincinnati. I just think it's a good offense. I'll take the RB1 in a good offense where he's going. That's interesting. Ayuk plus Bijan for the week 17, Atlanta, Washington. That would be fun. That could smash for sure. What's up, Jorge? Good to see you. I'm doing well. Going to be doing my showdown content on this channel this year. So looking forward to that. That's always been, one of my bigger focuses. I love showdown stuff. So doing that on my own channel, on my own terms, is going to be pretty fun this year. Also going to be doing written showdown work for fantasy points. All right, we're coming up on my turn. All right, so Hertz goes unstacked. Interesting. All right, it's all tight ends and quarterbacks here. I think I'm tempted to just go McBride here. Nah, I'll go Kelsey. Falling far enough. I have concerns about Kelsey, about the Chiefs just not needing him that much during the regular season, but 4.8 feels like a pretty good price. Ohadi going Lamar first. I wonder if he's hoping to get Andrews. See, I was hoping that Mahomes would come back to me. He rarely comes back in the 5th round anymore. But that was the hope. If I knew for sure that he wouldn't, I probably would have gone McBride over Kelsey. I think I generally prefer McBride over Kelsey, but trying to get the Mahomes stacks when he's still there. Uh-oh. What's the title of that video? Did I title it poorly? I don't even remember what the title of this video is. By the way, if you have not already subscribed to the channel, would appreciate it. Hoping to get to 2,000 subs before NFL season, and it's quickly approaching. All right, let's see. Some good options here. I've got Kelsey. I guess I'll continue to buy the dip on Pickens. I was not in on Pickens at all when he was going at the 3-4 turn, but now that he's falling. All right, I gotta go see how I label this. DBro says, "Good Lord, it's called foreshadowing, sir. Love it." All right, let's see. How did I label this thing? Wait, are you saying the title of the video, as far as I can see, is Talking Flag Plants and Drafting Best Ball Manias with Derek, DBro, Brown, and FantasyGuruDrew? Is that the video we're talking about? You saying that I should have done some foreshadowing? What are we saying, Drew? Or wait, DBro, not Drew. Yeah, I draft some elite quarterback anchors for sure. thoughts on Tracy Jr. Been doing DK best ball trying so far 30 lineups, but seems I've been landing him a lot given my exposure 50%. Yeah, that is a lot. No, I think it's a very good pick. I know Scott Barrett loves him. Oh, yeah, that I'm teasing that you guys are going to be on the show. I see, and that you're not on the show yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't just want to say I'm doing a best ball mania by myself. If I know I'm going to have guests on, I'm going to put them in the title. By the way, you could just hop on now if you wanted to, DBro. I wasn't sure if you were available yet. We'll have to talk with DBro about his experience on the Colin Cowherd show. It's pretty fun. Ooh, Justin Ross got cut. R.I.P. Scott Barrett's guy from last year. All right, I'll happily take some Godwin here. My man. What's up, Tyler? DBro, I'm going to send it on Twitter, just so you know. Because I am not good at converting, I'm on my computer. I don't know how to send to text from my computer. So sending it in your Twitter DM. It's not bad. I know Tyler was looking for some player nicknames a month or so ago on Twitter. Justin Loss works. All right, we are at 0051. Chase, Neighbors, Devonta, Pickens, Godwin, Travis Kelce. All right. A little more correlation in that Pittsburgh Kansas City game. Take some Najee. Got a stream number 69 Friday night, probably. What does that mean, Tyler? You saying that I need to? Are you going to? Who are you talking about here? This is already number 122, BBM number 122. So I don't know what you're talking about, which is the case kind of a lot with you, Tyler. Oh, yours. I see. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I am hoping, as I said at the beginning of the stream, in case you missed it, hoping to be done with my BBMs by Friday morning. That's when Pete is available at noon, I want to say Central Time, maybe 1 Eastern, on which would be noon Central Time on Friday. So want to get Pete on the show to pass me the torch as the oldest best ball mania, oldest person to stream 150 best ball manias. So getting Pete on then. Going to do a show with Pete either way, but hoping to make that my final show. That has been the goal, is to get Pete on for the final stream of the 150 to pass the torch. Although what I'm really hoping in my heart of hearts is that one of my drafts gets thrown out, and then I can call myself the youngest person to ever stream 151 best ball manias. I mean, that would be just the perfect pivot for me, because I would be the only at that point. So just a complete pivot from the oldest to the youngest. That'd be fun. Yeah, I think I agree with D. Owens. The 101 this year, I don't particularly love it. I mean, I probably just go CD Lamb there at this point. Always been slightly worried about McCaffrey. The fact that he's already banged up, I don't know. Scares me a little bit. Let's go. Elite stack. We'll see if DBro shows up during this draft. I know somebody he's going on us to take later on. Yeah, I'm still CD over Tyreek. It's close, I guess. Mostly an age thing. Just Tyreek is. I'm always a little bit nervous about him. Probably shouldn't be. I mean, he was great last year. Most efficient wide receiver in the league last year, but he's aging and very reliant on his speed. More competition on the Dolphins. Like, CeeDee Lamb is just that guy. Like, he's just the number one option by far in Dallas. Feels a little bit safer. So a running back. That's who the psychic wants me to take. 1151. I like both. I like both Javonte and Chase Brown. Yeah, I'll go Javonte. Take the suggestion. There he is. All right. Bringing in, I teased it earlier. He's in the thumbnail, so you've known that DBro is coming, but DBro is here. So I'm gonna bring somebody in who can talk me through as I'm kind of dragging today. I'm gonna bring DBro in. What is going on, DBro? Thank you for joining.
Wake up, dude!
I'm trying.
Good Lord, are you still got the vacation hangover here, man? Like, oof.
Dude,
Get some coffee, man. Let me
hangover.
run this stream for a second. Inject some caffeine into those veins, dude.
No, I've been drinking coffee. It's just yeah, I'm a little bit.
You need to mainline it.
I do. I need that. That would be ideal if I could just mainline it. I would also need just a toilet though. If I could sit on a toilet here in my office,
I
mainland the coffee,
mean,
just have a
you're
stream
the
go
limiter of
streaming.
your own content, Neil. I
You're
mean,
right. That's a
toilet
good point.
drafts, I mean, that's up to you, dude.
Fair
Just comes
point.
down
Fair
to
point.
practicality and setup, to be honest.
I didn't plan ahead well enough. I should have planned ahead. Got a toilet in here. Gotta work with some plumbers, I guess. Get the plumbing done.
I mean, portable tripod,
I guess
have
yeah. I could do a
tripod will
bedpan.
stream. Yeah,
I'm
why
I'm
not?
old enough, right? It would be socially
Yeah.
acceptable for me to have a.
I mean, you could be streaming right now with a depend on, and nobody would be the wiser, sir.
That is true. That's a fair point. So, what did you have going on this morning? You were doing a radio spot, you said?
Yeah, I had a radio spot with Calgary at 10, and just I've been kind of slow moving this morning too. Kind of tying up loose ends for draft season and stuff, updating cheat sheets. I'm starting to work on the week 1 primer, which I'm kind of slowly dipping my toes into. I've got the first game knocked out, and hoping to get through like the first like 4 or 5 games today. So.
Wait, sorry, say that again. See, you can see how tired I am. Games for your games that
For the
you're
primer
watching.
for week 1.
You're
No, no,
watching.
no. No, I'm writing up
Writing
games
up
for
game.
week 1.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Game by game breakdown.
Yeah.
I see. Nice. And
You are tired today, Neil. Jeez.
Dude,
Struggle bus is real.
Last
bro.
night too, I was just like having conversation. I'm like, I am too like spaced out. Like I'm in the middle of a conversation, and then I'm just like, I don't know, can't focus. But I'm trying. I'll get better. I get better throughout the day, so it's like starting early is tough for me.
Those late night streams, bro.
That's why I love the late. Well, I enjoy the late night streams, but then I also. So last night finished around midnight. I didn't fall asleep till well past 2. So I was,
same.
That's kind of how I go. Like if I'm on a stream, kind of.
I was up like doom scrolling at like 2:30 a.m. and stuff, and texting you freaking idiots in our group chat.
Do you like Blake Corum, Gus Edwards? Anybody you like here?
Yeah, you can interest me in Wicks or Jerome Ford, dude. Why not? He's now going to be the clear and definitive workhorse starter for week 1 through 4, and maybe longer.
That's funny because it's the exact opposite take on Jerome Ford as my guest last night. I know you were there watching some of that stream, but Crutches hates Jerome Ford.
I don't understand that. Like, I didn't understand the hate. I was watching the stream and I'm like, he's gonna have a role in the backfield the entire year. Like we've seen that with Nick Chubb throughout his entire career, and he gets the backfield definitively all to himself weeks 1 through 4. Like, why do we not like that?
I think it's a talent thing. I think he just doesn't like the talent of Jerome Ford. Kind of feels like he had opportunity last year and didn't.
You mean the same the same guy that I'm pulling it up before I just start like touting numbers and talking out my ass here, but the same running back that was RB20 last year when he was the starter, the same running back that was also, oh God, before I start just rattling off efficiency metrics from the same running back that was 13th in missed tackles forced per attempt and 16th in yards to contact per attempt overall last year. That same guy that doesn't have talent, that guy.
All right, yeah. I mean, that's fair. So I've been pretty middling on Jerome Ford. Like honestly, he's not somebody that I have a strong take on. I did watch the Stefania Bell was on Levitan's podcast, and she was saying, which we kind of all assume this, but that it sounds like Jerome Ford very much is like preparing to be the RB1. Like he is expecting to be the RB1, which that kind of to me
as he should
was pretty bullish.
Yeah, I mean, as he should, man. I mean, I think the other thing, and I saw a quote, I think it was on Coach Speak Index the other day. Stefanski was talking about Jerome Ford and just young running backs and pass pro and stuff, and how Ford kind of took a step forward last year. And so with Ford, it's like we know he's going to have. Not only do you have
we got to make a pick. Sorry. Gus Edwards, Jalen Polk, Austin Eckler, anybody, or Dontavian Wicks still there too at 125.
Take Wicks. Just take the swing on the outside.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. You can continue.
No, you're good. I mean, really, this all comes down to he's going to be the workhorse in the first 4 weeks. That could extend to like week 6, week 7. I mean, even if Chubb comes back in week 5, do we think that he's going to just hop up out of the ice bath and get 15 carries in the first damn game he plays? That's not going to happen. So even Ford, you got 4 weeks of definitive workhorse ability, and then probably 2 to 4 weeks after that where he's still probably going to see 10 to 15 touches. So we're talking about almost half the season, Neil, and that's priced in at what? So So I've been out. I'll be honest. I've been out of the underdog best ball streets for a second. I'm kind of like hopping back in to get some more action before we get to week one. But I mean, at this price tag of RB36, we just outlined like where he gets 6 to 7 weeks, probably at minimum of 12 to 15 touches, if not more. Like, how the hell is that not a smash?
Well, so I think part of it is also like I mean, season long, this is the case also, but like, especially in best ball, I feel like backloaded production is pretty valuable. Like, people really do value backloaded production, like for those weeks 15, 16, 17 in the playoff weeks. So I think that's part of it is the expectation that he's going to lose workload. The reason that I'm not totally out on him is I wouldn't be shocked if Nick Chubb is just out the entire year. Like, I think he returns this
That's what
year.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like, we're so overconfident. Like, to your point about the end of the season back like production, that feels like absolute overconfidence that Nick Chubb is playing in those weeks. Like, we can't say that's definitive. I mean, shit, he's on the pup right now. How do we know what he's going to do when he comes back and when he's going to come back? Like,
right.
that feels like one of those stances where we are so damn overconfident that we know exactly how it's going to work out. And I'm like, I just look at Ford is he is a player like much like Jalen Warren was last year and pretty much is this year. He fits every damn build. Like, you can add Ford to a team where you went running back, and you don't touch the position for rounds and rounds and rounds. You can add him to zero RB teams, hero RB teams. Like, what build does Jerome Ford not make sense on?
Yeah, no, I I'm pretty middling on Jerome. Like, honestly, I don't have a strong take on Jerome Ford because I have some concerns about the late round production. Sorry, the late season production. But yeah, like you said, like he could still be the guy late in the season. In which case, I'm going to be happy to have him where he's going in drafts.
Yep.
All right, we are coming up. We're at 1361. So the sidekick, I'm using Legendary Upside sidekick tool.
Mm-hmm.
They're suggesting Ty Chandler, Zeke Elliott, Bucky Irving. That's interesting. By ADP, it would be Brandon Cooks, Pat Fryermuth. Probably don't want a receiver here. Do you like any
Um,
of Chandler, Zeke, or Bucky?
I'll take Bucky. I'm not touching Zeke. I don't care. Like, especially now with him. And I kind of mentioned this. We talked in the chat last night. Also, the news that they're bringing in Dalvin
Oh yeah,
Cook in for a visit. Like, that just kind of tells you what they think about the running backs there. Like, I've drafted enough Rico Dowdle. Like, I'm good probably for the rest of the best ball draft season there. I will not like. I have no interest at all in Ty Chandler. I don't understand why people draft him. Like,
oh really?
he's had like you look up any tackle breaking metric last year, he's not good. Like, he really is not great. Like, that one monster game he had versus Cincinnati is carrying all the water for him. I hate to tell Ty Chandler stands that, but because like out of 49 qualifying running backs last year, Neil,
Hmm.
47th in missed tackles forced per attempt and yards after contact per attempt. He was, I mean, he was legit not good.
So he's not good at avoiding tackles and not good at breaking tackles. Is what I'm
Nope.
hearing. Yeah, it's not ideal.
Yeah,
Um,
that's led me to more Aaron Jones, man. I think Aaron Jones is a fantastic. I know Barrett's in on him too. Like,
yeah,
I just I heard y'all talking about Jalen Naylor last night. I feel like we're kind of getting a little bit too cute with the Vikings offense in the sense of like we're trying to answer the question of who is the wide receiver when I feel like the question we should be the answer to who is going to step up in the Vikings offense without Hawkinson, without and if Addison misses time, and the other part of this is I don't think Addison's very good. You look at all of his target drawing metrics last year. I mean, the dude lived off of touchdowns. He scored the fourth most touchdowns amongst wide receivers. That's not going to happen again this year. But like to get back to it, I feel like people are missing the point on the Vikings when it should be instead of us trying to get cute of who's the 18th or 17th round guy, or maybe it's Ty Chandler season. What if it's just even more of Justin Jefferson? And what if it's even more pass game usage for Aaron Jones? Like, this offense could just condense around those two guys who the talent gap is massive through the wide receivers and the running backs for those guys. So, like, I said this yesterday. I did a show with Ray G yesterday morning.
Wait,
I,
sorry. We're on the clock again.
you're
Chandler
good,
and Zeke both still here, and then Chuba Hubbard, Khalil Herbert, Ray Davis are the suggestions.
Chuba.
All right,
We know
let's roll.
we're getting 4 weeks of him as the starter.
So we took both
Go ahead.
Jerome Ford and Chuba Hubbard. I mean, that's a little bit of like they're kind of similar in that they're both the like early season guys who we expect to lose role later on, but they're not necessarily going to.
Yeah, but
Not
you
necessarily
have
going to
you
give it
other
all up.
guys to balance that out with the volume plays that you got on Vontae and Najee too. So
Yeah.
but dude, I think Justin Jefferson is going to become one of only four. I think he'll be the fourth wide receiver in NFL history this year. He will be the fourth wide receiver to ever get 200 targets in a season. I think
Oh
it's
wow,
coming.
that's a bold take. Fourth ever.
I think it's coming, dude. Like his target earning ability in that offense, and there are legit no other high end target earners in that offense outside of him. I think it's gonna happen, dude. And if you look at like he was on a pace to be, I mean, he was really close to doing. I mean, like last year, if you took the first full games that he had with Kirk Cousins, he was on pace for 200 targets and 2,300 receiving yards. And I know it's a very, very small sample, but even if you take the games without Cousins out of the equation and you go to, okay, let's go to end of the season. So the games when Nick Mullins started weeks 15 through 18, he was on pace for 187 targets and 2,000 receiving yards. I think that I still believe, and I think people are making way too much problems with Sam Darnold under center. I don't think it matters. I think Justin Jefferson still has wide receiver one overall upside this year and 200 target upside.
I like drafting him better knowing that it is Darnold. Not necessarily because I think Darnold is like the better option for this year than JJ McCarthy, but just knowing who the quarterback is and like feeling
Yeah.
confident that I can draft a quarterback if I'm trying to get a stack going later. So yeah, I like
I mean, the thing
Jefferson
about it
quite a bit.
is like if the other part about it we have the out though, Neil. If Sam Darnold sucks, Nick Mullins is still on that roster, and we already seen what that looks like. He's gonna
Yeah,
chuck the damn ball. He's not gonna give a shit. He's gonna throw YOLO balls, which is, I mean, what else do we want for Justin Jefferson? Like, I
right.
mean, so to me, I don't really even care who the quarterback is. Either one of those guys, they're gonna do exactly what I want. They're gonna feed Justin Jefferson.
Yep, absolutely. Sacrilis asked, "How was Chicago?" Chicago was awesome.
I was
Always.
going to ask you, dude. I mean, sitting in a live final is always a really fun experience, even if you don't have teams live. It's always
Yeah,
one
I
of
mean,
those good times, dude. How did Chicago treat you?
no, it treated me well. My one complaint was everybody kept talking about Pequod's Pizza, and I really wanted to go. I went out there with Nerdy Tenor on Sunday night and learned that they're reservation only, and they were booked up for the night. So we went all the way out there. I mean, not that far, but a little bit of a trip, and then could not get Pequod's. They actually do have a place right next door where you can get pizza to go, which I thought about doing, but we ended up getting some Indonesian food, which is very good. But overall, it was awesome. Like being right there in Wrigleyville, having Justin Steele, the big poster, the big banner right outside my window. That was cool.
Oh man, that I thought it was so hilarious when you texted the chat. You're like, "Hey, yeah, it's so sad that the Cubs are out of town." It's like you do know Steele knows he's out of he's out of Chicago, right?
So it was. I actually did that intentionally. The like, oh, we're going to a White Sox game because the Cubs are out of town. I just wanted to make sure that Steele knew that I knew they're out of town. Like I would have reached out if the Cubs were in town. So I was like, kind of like just like, well, no, like I know that you're out of town. That's
It
why
was
I didn't
so
like,
good,
yeah,
dude. I
that
was
you guys saw.
dying.
That was
I
funny.
was
That was a good
dying.
time. Yeah.
It's so freaking funny, man. Um, oh, good lord. Dude, no news is just popping off. Like guys are getting released left and right. Kadarius Toney's
I
now
saw that.
on the unemployment line. We got all these other guys. Like I think we're gonna see. I love this time right now to sit here and be doing best ball drafts. Could just trying to even out exposures to certain players because I've got a and then we're chasing overlay too on multiple spots. I text you this morning like I'm trying to get in some marathon drafts because I don't know if it's gonna fill before week one. Do you think it fills?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. That's why I'm not that I'm not trying to get more best ball manias because I'm gonna take a few shots at that, but I'm definitely trying to get into the marathon streets right now and even out some of these exposures that I have on guys
Nice.
because
Yeah,
I've got some pretty heavy stands on some guys. Like I've got to come down on some guys. Like I'm still in like the 25% plus range on a few different guys, so I've got to get some variance here.
you see, Deneric Prince likely getting cut. The Chiefs are cutting Deneric Prince per league source.
Wow. So
Which he's the guy
Carson's
that people started like,
so
oh, he's the RB2. I'm going to start drafting
yep.
Deneric Prince.
Yep. So
RIP.
it's gonna be what, CEH and Carson Steele
Apparently,
filling out the depth chart. So get some shots on those guys.
we can draft some of Justin's cousin. Um, Kate Otten is a suggestion here. I took Baker Mayfield. I think it makes
Don't I
sense for
mean,
us.
do you need another tight end?
Well,
Yeah. I mean,
we need
what's the tight end market look like outside of him?
Noah Fant is there. Juwan Johnson later.
Kate Otten's fine if you took Baker. Yeah, I have
Yeah,
no problem with that.
I don't love Kate Otten in general, but on a
I
Baker
mean,
team, I
straight
just
up,
think it makes
I
sense.
would rather Noah Fant straight up,
Me
just
too.
from a talent perspective. But the correlation, it's Otten there.
Yeah. Okay. Same
Yeah.
same page there.
Which, by the way, what's the build like right now?
Yeah,
Neil?
yeah. Let me read it off to you. All right, so we are at 2-5-6-2 so far. So our quarterbacks are Joe Burrow and Baker Mayfield. Running backs Najee Harris, Javonte Williams, Jerome Ford, Bucky Irving, Chuba Hubbard. Wide receivers Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Devonta Smith, George Pickens, Chris Godwin, Dontavian Wicks. Tight ends Travis Kelce and Kate Otten.
I think if we're looking at late correlation and stuff, I think three different players make a ton of sense. One, getting some Carson Steele or CEH exposure, as well as I think doubling down. Since you do have Burrow, you have Chase. I think doubling down on Yoshi and Jermaine Burton.
Oh, you think both of them? Interesting.
Yeah, dude. So I've done that in a lot of best ball drafts previously, is taking two players that I think that, because both of them are basically free in drafts right now, and all you're doing is making the bet of, out of two of these players, I don't know who the wide receiver 3 is going to be for the whole season. It might not be the same guy for the whole season. So like, if we get the first half of the season and Yoshi's playing in 3 wide and we get 2 or 3 spike weeks out of him, and then the back half of the season Jermaine Burton takes it over and we get 2 or 3 spike weeks out of him, we just got 2 late draft guys and maybe a culmination of 6 to 7 spike weeks and the correlation with our quarterback that we're stacking too.
Right.
I like taking like that wide receiver 3 and 4 on a depth chart and just making the bet that the offense is really damn good. And it's almost kind of like, the best way I could put it, Neil, is, you remember a few years ago when it was like Winston and Fitzpatrick, and together they would have combined to be like the QB6 or something like that in fantasy?
Yeah, yeah.
Same kind of idea, but from a wide receiver standpoint.
Right. Just like if they can combine to be an elite wide receiver 3,
Yep.
we'll take it late in drafts.
Yeah, we know since he's going to throw a shit ton, and you already have Burrow, so why not make the bet on the offense?
Yep.
Which, of course,
Yoshi
goes
went,
here. Yeah. But Jermaine Burton, I talked about him. I actually went back the other day and I watched all of his all 22. Dude, I'm telling you, he's eventually gonna earn that wide receiver 3 role, and he's gonna be really damn good. Like, he was cooking dudes in preseason. Like, I know it was the 2s and 3s, but the other part is, like, what do you want to see if he's not playing with the starters and he's playing against backups? What do you want to see? You want to see him look like the best player on the field, and that's what he looked like when he got targets.
Nice. Yeah. No, I was telling you earlier, like, I was super in on Jermaine Burton for the longest time, and then it was just it seemed like everything was negative for a while, and everything was super positive on Yoshi. So I just started going back to drafting a lot of Yoshi again, like I was doing pre-draft. But you've convinced me that I need to start getting back in on Burton a little bit. So I'm in an unlimited keeper league, and a friend of mine, I drafted Blake Corum. He drafted Jermaine Burton, offered me Jermaine Burton for Blake Corum. I told him no way. I was like, I'm not even going to think about that. Do you think I'm wrong to not want to trade Blake Corum for Jermaine Burton in unlimited keeper league? I'm probably cutting him after this year anyway, is kind of my thinking.
Yeah, I mean, the other part about that is, I think with their current values, you should be able to get Burton in a plus. You know what I mean? Like, kind of, or do it like a 2 for 2 or a 2, like,
right.
One of those trades where it's like you put Corum with somebody like, I don't know, another middling player or a high-end player, and you're basically trying to upgrade, whether you're switching like wide receivers and stuff. Like,
right.
Yeah, that's how I'd work that. I'd counter that all day. I wouldn't do that straight up.
Yeah.
Not with their current values. Not that I don't think Burton can pay off. It's just with their current market values, it doesn't make sense for you.
Well, it's also in like, so I imagine I'm going to be cutting down after this year. So like, I'm not really factoring in long-term value. And like, I can't envision a scenario, or it's hard for me to envision a scenario where I want to start Jermaine Burton this year. Like, somebody would have to get hurt. I guess if T. Higgins got hurt, maybe
if T. Higgins got hurt, he's starting in 2 wide and Yoshi's the slot. I mean, that's the path.
Yeah. I guess it's not that.
And we've already seen that happen. So
If something happens to Kyren Williams, Blake Corum could just be like RB1,
could.
like not
Yeah.
overall, but like an RB1. So
No, he would be an RB1. He'd be a locked in RB1, but the other side. So we always play the upside scenarios here, Neil. It's like, but yeah, go ahead.
do you like Audric Estime? Do you want to get one of those Chiefs guys?
Let's get one of the Chiefs guys.
So Carson Steele is gone. So CEH.
Yeah, let's get CEH. I mean, right now CEH is above him on the depth chart anyway. So
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, CEH should be going ahead of Steele, but we're in rookie hype season, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jonnu, but I mean, he doesn't make any sense on this build. You already made the bet on Kelsey. Kelsey doesn't smash, you're screwed anyway.
Right.
So,
all right. So we have one more player. So currently we're at 2672 with Burrow and Baker, Najee Harris, Javonte Williams, Jerome Ford, Bucky Irving, Chuba Hubbard, CEH at wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Devonta Smith, George Pickens, Chris Godwin, Dontavian Wicks, Jermaine Burton, tight end Travis Kelce, and Kate Otten.
I think it's wide receiver. I'd like to pile on another wide receiver, depending on what the
One more
market looks
receiver.
like out there. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
You're never going to see me draft more than 6 running backs on a team. I never go 7.
Oh, really? I occasionally
Yeah.
will go like 2, 7, 7, 2 or something.
Like, to me,
Not
I'm already
like
I'm, you know what I mean? It's like I'm making my bets on the 6 guys that I usually draft, for structure and stuff like that. I haven't seen a lot, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I just haven't seen a lot of stuff out there as far as like win rates, advance rates, all that kind of stuff being helped a lot by going 7 deep.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it really does.
Yeah, I feel like it's pushing the hedge a little bit too far for me. Who's the quarterbacks again? We got Burrow and
point. So
Baker.
we have Burrow and Baker. So Daniel Jones is still here if we want to do that. Because we have Malik Neighbors.
I mean, that's fair. I'm not against Daniel Jones. I mean, I think you can go 3 QB. You can go. I'm sure McMillan is not out there.
No.
He's been getting all the hype. I'm trying to think of other guys that are there.
Here, I'll start here's wide receiver sorted by ADP.
Okay.
Yeah, no Tim Patrick, I don't think anymore. Darius Slayton.
I'm still in on Javon Baker, dude. I'm still taking him. Do you have any Chargers on this team? I'm kind of blanking here.
I don't think so. No.
Or Josh Reynolds. You can make the bet on that because you have the Denver and Cincinnati correlation. It makes more sense to sit here and bump into that more for week 17. Yeah, I'd say Josh Reynolds.
That makes a lot of sense for this team.
Yeah, let's go Josh Reynolds.
Yep.
I think he's one of the best picks, like in the 18th round. Like, he's a known commodity, dude. He should be honestly be like a 16th round pick, but he's never going to get there.
No,
because nobody wants that part of that offense. But I think he's mispriced.
Who would you rather have right now, Josh Reynolds or Demarcus Robinson?
Oh shit, D-Rob. I think Stafford's a kingmaker, dude, and we've already seen D-Rob put it up.
Yeah, true.
I still have questions about I think the floor is probably higher than we gave Bo Nix credit for, myself included, but I just still question the ceiling.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dowens. I saw that comment. I can't draft Jonathan Mingo. He sucks.
Yeah, I don't think I'm in on Jonathan Mingo.
I'd rather get more. Go ahead.
DBro coming in like a Southern preacher on a Sunday morning when you came in. Love that.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I've gotten a lot of comments on YouTube and stuff like that because and I don't want to give spoilers away, but everybody kind of knows that knows to a certain extent. I've gotten a bunch of Gambit comments lately because of my Southern Louisiana draw.
Gambit?
Mm-hmm.
Like X-Men character?
Are you not an X-Men guy?
Not. I've watched a lot of X-Men. I don't know. I don't remember Gambit as being super Southern.
Yeah. I mean, Gambit's literally from Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I won't give any spoilers away. Everybody avert your eyes and ears. Mute the stream for a second. You didn't hear this from me, so I'm not even going to mention. I'm mentioning movies. I'm not mentioning anything else. I'm just going to go away from this.
All right.
I hate people that spoil stuff.
All right. Fair enough. All right. So that team, we end up with Burrow, Baker at quarterback, at running back, Najee Harris, Javonte Williams, Jerome Ford, Bucky Irving, Chuba Hubbard, CEH, wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Devonta Smith, George Pickens, Chris Godwin, Dontavian Wicks, Jermaine Burton, Josh Reynolds, tight end Travis Kelce, and Kate Otten. Pretty solid, I think.
Yeah, I like it, man. Yeah, I was listening to you on I was listening to you talk about Pickens, man. What are your thoughts on him? Because I feel like I'm just out. Like seeing the and it's not just the quarterback situation in
Entering another.
Pittsburgh; it's the damn offensive line. Like I worry about like seeing what happened with the quarterbacks this preseason. I got some
Yeah.
worries, and I just is there a path for Pickens to burn me? Sure, but if Pickens is just this year's Cortland Sutton for that offense, like with Russ and stuff, like is there a world where he like I just feel like making the bet that like more likely he does not burn me with what he does this year.
Yeah, no, I had been completely out on Pickens, but so for the longest time he was going at like the 3-4 turn. So like I was like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm not taking Pickens there. Now that he's fallen to like his ADP is like 53, 54, I'm a little bit more like I guess I'll take my shots now. Like he's more of a reasonable pick now. So it kind of depends on who else is available there. But I'm with you. Like I do think like even where he's going now, after he has dipped quite a bit, he's not like a slam dunk. I love the pick here. It's more like, all right, it's between Pickens and Christian Kirk, and I already have so much Christian Kirk, and he's a little bit banged up. So then I end up taking some Pickens. But yeah, I think he was better than I thought
I
he
just
was
feel
last
like
year.
he's
From
overpriced, man.
yeah, yeah,
Like where he goes, the range he goes in, like he's right next to Terry McLaurin. He's right next to Christian Kirk, Xavier Worthy, Calvin Ridley. Give me all those guys. Even Godwin goes after him. Adunze, Deontay, Watson, JSN. Like I really think Pickens should be priced in that like mid 40s range, and he's not. That's my biggest problem with him. It's like there's so many other wide receivers like around him or after him. I'm like, nah, man. Like I'd rather their offenses. I'd rather the player. I'd rather have like any part or piece of upside over Pickens.
yeah. No, I think that is absolutely reasonable. I've been pretty out on Pickens. He's been somebody that I've been largely fading all year. I'm starting to take him here and there just to get a little bit of exposure. But yeah, I think if you fade Pickens out of 150 drafts, I don't think it is like a huge mistake. I
Yeah.
think you're right that he's probably not going to crush you. Like we know he has the ability to like a single week just go off, but so does like every good player. So it's not a huge concern for me, but
I
getting
gotta
a little
see
bit
where my
exposure.
exposure is on him because I don't even know. I think I've taken him a few different times. Oh yeah, I mean I'm at like 4%, so
Yeah,
I've got some, but
similar.
not. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it if I don't draft him another time before week one.
Iller Miller, that's a familiar name to me, but Chris 41658, that is a friend of mine from Discord. I know him. I've talked with him quite a bit on Discord. I wonder if he knows that we're drafting together, if he drafted with me intentionally. Another Millie Maker winner, and also older than me. One
Ooh.
of the rare guys in the industry who is not in the industry, he doesn't like do content, but older than me. So good to have
Okay.
Chris in here.
Good stuff. Where are we drafting at, Neil? We're at
We
the
are in the
what?
12 hole.
Oh, nice. I like the 12 hole. I think you can kind of get a little bit different with it depending on how how the board shakes out. I mean, I think the cliche start is wide receiver, which I'm not against. I think you can get wild with it. Like I've had some teams where I've taken Jameer Gibbs and Devon Achan on
I was just about to
at that
suggest,
spot.
like, is that something you'd be interested in doing?
Yes, if
Um,
if if Gibbs is there, I'm totally fine with going Gibbs and Achan, and then just us punting. I mean, we've talked about this before. Like, I think one of the easiest ways to get different is to go RB to
yeah,
start and take into possible like ridiculous upside guys. Yeah, let's go Gibbs and Achan.
that's
Boom
fun.
boom. Yeah, dude, that's fun. Like both those guys, if they're both difference making top five running backs, like let's go. And I mean, they got the ceiling, man. So it's not like we're taking shots on scrubs here.
And I also like you're gonna have some late round wide receivers I know that you're gonna like, so that makes it a little easier to go running back early if there are late round guys that you're confident in at wide receiver. Like
Mm-hmm.
for the longest time, it was like I don't really love any of the late wide receivers, so I don't really want to push wide receiver. I just want to get them while we're still in the range where I know they're good. But I feel like now we're getting to the point where we know a little bit more. I'm on here with you. I know that you are great at finding values late, so makes me a little bit more comfortable pushing wide receiver.
I think the other part about it is like if like and this all depends on the build and stuff like that. I think like you can go RB and catch up at wide receiver. Like I know we're so conditioned for wide receivers, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but I do think we've kind of jumped the shark just a tad bit on underdog, just a little bit. Like where it's like we're pushing some wide receivers up to this point that don't deserve to be that damn high. You know what I mean? Like we just talked about Pickens. Like, bro, like you're telling me we just kind of laid out the case where he's not a difference making pick and he's going in the damn fourth round and these like
Yeah.
that's kind of nuts.
Yeah. No, he's to me definitely feels a little bit early.
Yeah, like I mean, I've drafted a bunch of hero RB and zero RB teams so I'm not pushing back and like I'm not going like I'm not a high T bro, but like the other part of this is like can we go a little bit too damn overboard where it's like we're all drafting the same damn teams. We're all going hero RB. We're all going zero RB. We all know to draft for structure. Like all that kind of shit where it's like okay, we need to like I think the biggest way where I'm gonna vary in my the last action I'm gonna get on best ball before week 1, I'm gonna draft a lot of teams where I'm going running back, and obviously this all depends on the board. I'm not forcing it when it doesn't make sense, and I'm going to go back to yesteryear's builds of I'm gonna get a few hyper fragile teams. I mean, I think that we're the way that ADP, especially on underdog, is it's locking us into so many hero and zero running back builds. But the way that ADP is shaking out, I do feel that we need to vary it up a little bit. Like if not, we're all just falling into the same line and drafting pretty much the same teams, and then it comes down to player takes. So I feel like that's an easy way to be different and kind of roll back the clock just a little bit.
Yeah, no, I like to mix up my builds quite a bit. Like I do a lot of like elite tight end, but I like to have to remind myself sometimes to like, all right, I'll go like with 3 late tight ends this build, or like this. I haven't done this too many times. The
Mm-hmm.
bully running back, but I do think like, man, that's fun. Jameer Gibbs, Devin Achane, like you just look at it, it's
Oh,
like, man, those
dude.
guys, the upside with that running back group is so good.
The builds that I have, the RB start, I've got a few teams, and we've drafted a few things with the Wolfpack with this. I've got a few teams where I've got Christian McCaffrey and Achane teams, and I've got I've got a few, and this was when Gibbs fell a little bit. I've got a few teams where I got Brees Hall and Jameer Gibbs starts, which all of that's fun, man. I mean, we're checking the boxes of
Yeah.
do you have elite league breaking upside and can you catch passes? I mean, that's what we want, right? So like all those running backs kind of check those boxes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's been a little bit fun with Jameer Gibbs falling a little bit. Like he got a little bit banged up, and now you
Yep.
can get him a little bit later. It's like, man, I like that dip. That's fun.
I do think that at this point of the off season, draft season, however you want to frame that, I do think that we're also some of the player takes that people were hot and heavy on. I feel like we're kind of missing the boat on some of the recent news or some of the things that have come out. Like again, and maybe this is just one of the stances that I took. I never believed the stuff, and no shade to Daniel Popper. I never believed any of the stuff coming out that Kamani Vidal was going to get cut. And
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like now we've gone too far with everybody's tied to the old news of, he was going to get cut. And now
right.
it's like, you do realize he
We
was
we
hurt.
got to make our pick. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're good. You got to cut me off, man. I started talking too much.
Yeah. So this is ADP on the left. Diggs and Dell. I didn't mind just taking both Houston receivers.
Take both.
Zay Flowers there. Yeah. All right.
Take both. Let's invest. I mean, if we're going to invest, we just making the bet that Houston smashes for passing rate.
I kind of like doing that with an bully RB build too. Just like bet on like, so we've got the bully running backs. What if like these guys are the guys you need? Nobody would be shocked if it's Gibbs and HN. And then Houston offense is just as good as we like are hoping they are. This team could absolutely smash.
And Stroud's been following, so it's not like we got to probably pay up. Like he could probably come back to us with one of those next picks too. I've seen he's fallen. Where's he at in ADP? Close.
So he's kind of an awkward spot in ADP for our picks. So we have 60, 61, and then 84, 85.
I bet you he falls because we double stacked, and that's how it usually goes for people unless somebody has Nico.
Like I think he will. You mean fall to us at 84, 85?
He might.
He might. Let's see what's available.
Let's see what happens.
I'm generally inclined
I'm not
to
afraid
just
of pushing
go
it.
get him. Yeah, I feel like
either way depends on the board.
There was a while where he was like consistently falling. I feel like I haven't seen it as much like the past couple weeks. People have been kind of, as I think it's more as like casuals come in, a lot more people are like willing to take an unstacked quarterback. So I think it's a little bit riskier now than it was a month ago, where he was like, you could push him to 84, 85. Now with casuals coming, they're just like, oh, CJ Stroud is awesome, and he's 5 picks past ADP. I'm just going to take him, and they don't even think about like whether they have a receiver. So I think it's actually like tougher to push him now with casuals in.
I think it's funny too that if you look at the QB ADP too, it's like the rooms have tiered this out. It's like 37 through 48, you got the top 4 guys. Then you got Anthony Richardson kind of sitting by himself at 59. And then you've got this like shelf of only Stroud and Murray sitting in the 70s. And either one of those guys, I've seen one or both fall almost to the 80s at certain points. It just kind of depends the room, like you're talking about.
Yeah. And this
I do think
room,
it's funny because like we're seeing it kind of differentiate and spread out some in ADP with those guys.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can sort of get an idea for whether you can push him just by the number of badges in your draft. So this draft, we're down to, we have 4 total badges. Like there was a while it was like 12 badges in a draft, and it's like, all right, I can probably push CJ Stroud if I have his receivers. Now with a lot of casuals, I think a lot of players who have not played a ton of best ball,
and they'll draft him unstacked too.
Exactly,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
So you can't assume that people are going to just lean on the correlation and he gets to fall. It's a good call.
Yeah. So unless there's like awesome value at I say we just probably take him at this turn rather than trying to push it.
Yeah, I think it depends the board too, because we did invest in running back so heavy. We are kind of playing catch up at wide receivers. So
True.
The other part is like, we've already made the bet on the Houston offense. We don't have to get Stroud. Like it's not a must. But I mean, he's definitely in play, just depending on how the board falls.
Yep.
If we get into a range where a receiver kind of gets ugly and I'm staring at George Pickens, then yeah, I'm or whoever else. I saw Pickens already got drafted, but to the point, like if I'm staring at a bunch of wide receivers where I'm like, yeah, this is a long tier, and I would just rather take the back end of the tier, then I'm fine with pushing it. It just depends.
Yeah. DBro, I did promise the people some player takes, some of your flag plants. Now I'm gonna start with the question, which is Justin Jefferson your 101 overall? Is Justin Jefferson your 101?
He is not my 101 overall. That is Jamar Chase.
Okay. Oh, Jamar Chase. I mean, that's a hot take.
We haven't seen the best out of Jamar Chase. I think we still have not seen the best career season for Jamar Chase ever. He's got league-winning, league-breaking upside. If we get a fully healthy version of Joe Burrow for the entire damn year, yeah, I love Chase, man.
All right, we are 1 pick away, so let's make our picks. And then I know you gave a sort of a hot take with your RB 101, which we'll talk after we make these picks. We'll talk about it. Mm-hmm. Okay, A Rich goes, do you like any of these receivers that you like the best? Romo Dunze, Keenan Allen, Jaden
Godwin, and Rome.
What if we only take one? Because this is where we might want to take CJ Stroud.
I want to push it.
You want to push it? All right.
I want to push it.
All right, Rome and Godwin.
And then we're giving ourselves outs for later quarterbacks too. Like if we don't get Stroud and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, that's risky. I don't think he's coming back to us, but if he does, I'm gonna kiss you. If he comes back to us.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Neil.
Oh, I can keep it. I can keep it, bro. So your RB1. So I listened to, for any of you who have not listened to DBro's appearance on the Colin Cowherd show. I mean, that was pretty fun that you got to go on the Colin Cowherd show. But you gave your RB top of the board take. So who do you like at running back?
Bijan Robinson is and has been my RB1 overall. And I keep throwing this out there, and I don't but this is every year, Neil. It's like if you don't fall in line with consensus and who consensus thinks should be the RB1 overall or the wide receiver 1 overall, you're just tossing shit against the wall and it's all hot takes. And I'm like, you do realize that like year after year after year after year, the RB1 overall changes yearly. The wide receiver 1 overall changes. And my biggest pushback is everybody out there saying, okay, it can't be Chase at number 1. You do realize all you same people were saying CeeDee Lamb couldn't be the wide receiver 1 overall last year.
Right.
Like how many people were out there saying, oh, it's Lamb, it's got to be Lamb. Like nobody, dude. So like to me, it's like they always want to give you shit, and the people want to talk about how you're just making up stuff, and then when it's like they don't come back to that same conversation at the end of the year and they say, oh, you know what? I was talking all that shit and I was wrong. So for me, I think it's a more minus EV bet to expect what happened last year to happen again this year, because we never see that. It doesn't happen. So tossing your chips in on who you think could be the new RB1 overall or the wide receiver one overall is a much stronger bet, in my estimation, than expecting what we saw last year to happen again this year. But am I wrong, Neil?
I mean, you're not wrong. Like I agree with you. Like obviously, it's very very likely that the RB1 is going to change over year. Wide receiver one going to change year to year because you're playing one player against the field like that. That are
Yes.
C.J. Stroud goes at 72. Is he stacked there?
Oh, damn. No, he's not.
Unstacked. Yeah.
Unstacked.
Um.
Thanks, Rando. Love
Yep.
it. Making me a fool.
Um.
Oh well.
So I agree with you. It's one player against the field. Obviously, like you can't bet on that player being the RB. But it's I think part of the reason that people want to go back to McCaffrey is like, well, there's safety. Like even if he's not the fact that you're taking him 101, you're not necessarily taking him with the expectation that he's going to be the RB1 again. It's more like if he stays healthy, his floor is probably like RB four, five. Like I don't know, his floor is still so high. Whereas I think somebody like Bijan, who you haven't really seen it from before, I think the argument would be like, well, we haven't really ever seen Bijan have that kind of year yet. So it's like his floor could still be, he could stay healthy, and his floor, like we don't know. They say they want to use Tyler Algier. So I think the worry is like, well, his floor, even if he stays healthy, is like RB 12. I don't know, 9, 10. What is 12, whatever.
I mean, he
So
was
I
the
think it's
RB11 in expected fantasy points last year, and that was ranking 32nd in red zone touches. So I think his floor is much higher than that. But
okay.
I get where you're coming from. But like to my point too, it's like, well, CMC was the RB1 last year in points per game overall. The year before that, Austin Eckler. The year before that, it was, well, technically Derrick Henry, but Jonathan Taylor played the whole year. But okay, so last year we all drafted Austin Eckler like he was going to decimate leagues. Didn't happen. The year before that, we all drafted Jonathan Taylor like he was going to decimate leagues, and it didn't happen. Like, I mean, how many years in a row? Oh, and look at that. The year before that, Alvin Kamara was the RB1 overall, and we all drafted him like he was going to decimate leagues, and then
Sure.
it didn't happen. Like, I mean, legit, I just laid out 3 freaking years in a row where we all chased the RB1 overall, and it didn't happen the next season.
Sure.
So, like, but then again, it's like, why is that such a crazy take? But everybody gets so locked into, I can't step outside of ADP, or I don't want to look like the damn idiot in my draft by flag planting a guy. It's like, who gives a shit, man?
Yeah.
Like, the teams you draft and the takes you have right now, and when we flip over the cards at week 18 and we say, okay, how did the season play out? We all know in the back of our minds that crazy shit is going to happen. Players are going to get injured and stuff. But when everybody's in draft season, it's like, can't embrace the variance, can't talk about that. No, you're a fool if you say anything converse to that at all.
Right. DeAndre Hop. I assume you don't want to take Jordan Addison here at 84. We could
No.
take DeAndre Hopkins here. Take Ferguson.
I'm fine
Here's
with Hopkins.
ADP on the left over here.
Who are the other wide receivers down there? Like, I'm trying to give us outs for the quarterback, or who the quarterbacks right now that are up there.
So Burrow is there. We don't have anybody. We could go like Dak and Ferguson.
Is Watson still out there? Or is he already gone?
No, he's gone.
Let's go Hopkins.
Yeah, we get Hopkins. Ferguson. Now the suggestion here, we don't have a tight end yet. Could go Ramondre, Jalen Warren, Brock Bowers, David Njoku.
I'm more just likely to kick tight end, and we could just make it a 3 build.
Yeah.
We'll go back to quarterback real fast. Let's go Love, or where are we at? I'm looking at the board.
So
Love or Daniels for me, because we could late stack both of those guys.
I'm wishing we had gone Daniels. I should have gone Daniels, I think. No, I mean we do have Diggs and Dell, so that would force us to a third week 14. I don't know. But I have concerns that we're not going to be able to late stack Jordan Love. I tried doing the double stack with Jordan. See, Romeo Dobbs, of course, goes at 86 now, well ahead of
you
ADP.
can still take Wicks, and you can take Luke Musgrave. So,
yeah, I mean, so there's definitely no guarantee that Wicks is going to be here at 108, but that is that's obviously the hope. I think it's my hope.
Yeah, I mean, you could also. I mean, I'm fine with single stacking him too, in the sense of we can always get Luke Musgrave, because I think the easiest bet on a quarterback is to add the tight end, because if the tight end, if the offense outperforms expectations, or if they're really really freaking good, the tight end is. I mean, we see it year after year. The bottom end of tight end oneville is all touchdown dependent stuff too.
Sure.
You got to correlate with touchdowns. Well, then you're making a bet on the offense, and the offense is really damn good. So if that's the case, then I mean the tight end's coming along for the ride. So saddle up Luke Musgrave. The thing about Ferguson, and once I get outside of like Evan Ingram is the last guy that I'm looking at as far as like maybe elite upside. I don't think we get it with David Njoku. I'm not going to tie myself to. I've taken a little bit of Bowers, but I worry about Luke Getsy. I worry about Michael Mayer. I worry about the quarterback situation with the Raiders. Like, to me, once I get past Ingram, and really it kind of stops at Kittle. I'm only taking some shots on Ingram. Once I get past those tight ends, I'm just punting it to like, I'm just punting it down the road, and I'll have a 3 tight end build.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's definitely. I'm trying to work in
I just don't
more.
see the ceiling. Like where's the ceiling come in for Ferguson to be a difference making? Like, I don't think that he has top 3, top 5 upside. I just don't see it.
Yeah. I mean, just betting on the offense. I think. I don't know. I think he could just be the number 2 target there in Dallas. Is the hope when you're drafting Ferguson in a very good offense.
But he was that last year, and he still wasn't like a league winning pick, and that was when he was dirt cheap in ADP.
Yeah. Fair. Fair.
David Njoku, I think we're going back too much to Joe Flacco time. Like, when he played with Watson, he was terrible with Deshaun Watson, and Deshaun Watson arguably is a horrific quarterback. Like, I full faded. I have not drafted Deshaun Watson once, and I don't have any damn plans to either.
How do you feel about drafting Jameis Winston, like as a last
In
round pick?
Superflex, I'd be willing to do it. In the Superflex formats on Underdog, but at 1 QB, I won't do it.
Yeah, I have not been drafting any Jameis.
And there we
in
go,
best ball.
Dontavian Wicks, way to go. And I bet you they don't have any Vikings. They're not correlating with anything.
I mean, yeah, the Dobbs guy goes way ahead of ADP, but both Wicks and Dobbs going pretty far ahead of ADP
That's
here.
funny. That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh well.
That was I should have gone Jaden Daniels. I kind of foresaw this happening.
I mean, we could still get Luke Musgrave.
Yeah.
Where's he going at an ADP?
150 or so. So sort of an awkward spot for us. We'll have to reach a little bit.
I mean, but that's fine at that point of the draft, and plus we need a tight end, so you're just making the bet on him.
Yep.
It's not a problem.
We could also fall back on Tyler Kraft if we needed to. All right.
But what's Love's bye week? Because I'm in on Caleb Williams here.
Yeah, Love is 10. Yeah, if Caleb's still there, yeah, we do have
Caleb's there.
That makes a ton of sense
I'd
for us.
say we go B-Rob and Caleb, because we only got the 2 running backs, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think we revisited here.
Unless we wanted to go Caleb and Tyler Lockett for the week 17 bring back.
We could, but
going Robinson.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather go Noah Fant. We could kick it late and still get exposure, and we need tight ends anyway.
Yep. And honestly, Tyler Lockett might fall to us at the next turn. Like he's been pretty big faller. He's been all over the place recently. So
yeah, he's one of those guys. If I can get him past ADP, I'm fine with it. But I'm not trying to prioritize him in any builds.
Yeah,
I'm making my bets on DK Metcalf and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Speaking of which, like, you brought up flag plant guys, JSN, and JSN's definitely on that list, man. I love JSN this year. I think he's going to absolutely smash. I love the Seattle offense, and I think he's just the cheapest part. Like, we're investing in a talented second-year wide receiver that was used about the worst damn way you possibly can. Shane Waldron had shit for brains last year trying to utilize him. He neutered JSN into Malachi Corley. Like, that was criminal. Like, somebody needs to lock up Shane Waldron for what the hell he did to JSN last year. Like, you're taking a guy that, like, we had concerns about, okay, what's his athleticism? We know he's a route runner. We know he can get open. And you nerf him into a screen merchant? Like, what the shit are we doing here, dude?
And you could see from interviews that he felt the same way. He was felt like he was used incorrectly last year. So yeah, definitely.
It was dumb.
Feels like
it was dumb. Like, give him like a 4-yard ADOT and say, hey, go create after the catch. Like, it's one of those situations where it's like, did you watch any of his college film? Like, do you understand his archetype? Apparently not.
Yeah. Getting back to chat a little bit. Jeff says last year we drafted McCaffrey as RB1 overall, and he was the RB1 overall. So yeah, there was a little bit of an outlier last year.
And then we just outlined the previous 3 or 4 seasons before that where it didn't happen.
Definitely
So,
most seasons it does not happen. Yeah.
it doesn't happen. Yep.
D. Owen says he has 33% Musgrave. Yeah, he definitely could be. Do
It's
you have
fine.
any concerns about Tyler Kraft there?
I do. I love Kraft. I mean, if you want to talk about talent, straight up 1-for-1, I'll take Kraft over Musgrave. I love Kraft.
Okay, so I mean that's another like late round out for us.
Yeah, I mean it's another late guy, and the other side is like we could take Dontavian Wicks 2.0, but it's not really talked about. We could also take Bo Melton late.
Yeah,
Like we all make the conversation about how on a per route basis Dontavian Wicks was so freaking amazing last year, and it's like I made this conversation with Erickson on an earlier podcast this year, where I was like, you do realize that Bo Melton you can make the same damn case for, right? Like, and he is going free in drafts.
true.
So,
Is Bijan? Wait, where was the had a question here? Dion says, so if my redraft league is 0.5 PPR and I'm 101, does that mean I should no? So your 101 is Jamar Chase.
it's Chase. But I mean, I think for me, it's the I think if you have the 101, I'm fine with taking any one of Bijan, Chase, or CD. Like those are my top 3 players,
Okay.
and I don't care where people go. To me, it's just like pick your flavor and go with it.
All right.
Like
so
people want
those
the
are
answer.
three.
Like if I had the 101, where am I going? And I just don't think it's just definitively one player. I think it depends on how many leagues you're playing and what exposure you want to get to certain guys and stuff like that. And I'm not talking out both sides of my mouth, but like people want that one damn name. And I'm like, there are a lot of freaking talented ass players that you could take in the top 3 picks of drafts this year.
Yeah. So getting back to so you were on Colin Coward's podcast.
Yeah.
What was that experience like? So that was
It was good.
It was
man.
just a podcast. It was like you didn't like go out to his studio, did you?
No,
okay.
just podcasts, just videos up on YouTube on the Volume network. Fantastic network, all things Colin Coward, man. It was really good. Good conversations. It was one of those conversations where you got to have your head on a swivel because like we kind of walked into it and it was just free flow conversation. So I'm like, I don't know where Colin's going next. So I'm just kind of pivoting the whole time and we're just talking ball and stuff. So really easy experience, man. Good guy to talk to. I know people have reservations about Colin, but dude, everybody's got reservations about anybody in sports media. There are people that love me, that hate me. There are people that love Colin, hate Colin. There are people, I mean, that's everybody in sports media. So, I mean, legit, you're not going to find anybody in sports media where everybody likes him. So people can get the hell over their problems with people. Like, Colin was fantastic on the show. He was awesome. It was a good experience. And I thought the best thing was just like, you know, kind of how we free flowed through a lot of different offenses and discussed all of them. So, I mean, everybody go check it out. It's up on Colin's podcast feed. It's up on the YouTube and stuff. So yeah, man, I was definitely one of those times. Like I don't get nervous very often on shows and stuff like that, but it was definitely one of those things where you know, had to take like the pre-shot pre-show shot of whiskey before I hopped on or something like that, which it's so funny, dude. I didn't know. So apparently Colin's got takes out there floating in the ether that I found out about afterwards, or he's made a lot of comments about people wearing backwards hats and stuff like that. Which I'm going to table that until we get here.
So I have Luke Musgrave queued up. I think we don't push it
Musgrave.
since we
no. Let's take Musgrave.
We could go double tight end, go Dalton Schultz. Also,
let's go Dalton Schultz. Yeah, making the bet on the Houston offense. Let's just double down on that. Which I mean, we're still stacking. We didn't have CJ Stroud, so it's fine.
That's I was not aware of the backward hat takes. That's
so I found out about that after the fact, like comments and stuff on the show. People were like, "This dude does realize that like Colin hates backwards hats," and I'm like, "You do realize that I didn't know that going into it, and number 2." Even if I would have known that, I still would have worn my damn hat. I don't give a shit. Like, if anything, I would have worn it out of principle and made a joke out of it. Like, Colin, you do realize that, like, that's part of my fantasy football content creator starter kit. You are gifted, you're gifted a few different things. One of them being a bobblehead, which I'm a
I don't have
cliche,
a
and
bobblehead right now.
a backwards trucker hat. So if you don't have those two things, I mean, truly, Neil, you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, are you truly a fantasy football content creator when you don't have trucker hats and you don't have any Funko Pops in
Well,
the
I've got
back?
plenty of trucker hats. I just don't wear them backwards. And I've got a Justin Steele bobblehead. That's got to count for something, right?
Oh, why is it not in the shot?
It is. It is. You can see it right in the back corner. It's just I don't have like a shelf right behind me to make it up close. You can see it better if I'm bigger, But yeah, I mean, I do think I need to get
All I
my.
heard is that the office needs to get rearranged a little
It
bit.
does, honestly. I do not have a streamer setup at all. That is not a. I look at some people like you look at Pat from the Fantasy Dog Pound. I'm like, man, that setup. Your setup's really nice. So it looks really good. Like the
Yeah, we
shelves
gotta,
and stuff.
I just got lucky. Like the way that I had the office set up, it's like if you were to walk into the office, my desk, I have an L desk, is the most awkward setup ever. Dude, I don't know. Do we want to go off the beaten path here? Do you want to show the people the look behind the curtain in the
Yeah,
office?
let's see it. Let's see it.
Oh God, here we go. Here we
Wait,
go.
hang on. Let me see how much time I have if I can. Yeah, I got time. I'm gonna
All right,
go bigger
so
on the screen.
that's the. I mean, dude, if you walk into my office, this is legit like the setup. It is the most awkward setup ever. Where it's like I got the bookcase and stuff, and then you got the signed poster or the signed jerseys and stuff over there. So it's definitely like when you walk into my office, it is the most awkward setup ever. Like my desk is just facing a direction here where people would be like, "Why in the hell do you have it set up like this?"
Yeah, I am not going to give you a tour of my office, but it is because it is a mess in here. It's just like, especially after I travel, like I have like a suitcase unpacked next to me, or sorry, fully packed and open next to me, boxes everywhere. It is a mess. So I just try to do my best to.
I've got like the mini fridge over here. I got I've started collecting vinyl. I didn't show. I got my record player over here on the other side too. So my infancy into my vinyl collection. I've only got like 7 or 8 so far, so building that out slowly but
Nice.
surely. Just another, we always find ways of like collecting things and kind of burning our cash on frivolous things, Neil. So that's my new venture.
Nice. Not like signed vinyl, just like you're just getting into
No,
like
just vinyl. Just like for me, it's a lot of like just it's. I mean, I listen to all metal and rock and stuff like that. So a lot of it is I'm going with like albums that are either hard to find or live albums or things like that. Like I'm not just like saying, hey, I've bought all this music digitally. Let me just rehash all the same things that I've already bought digitally, or I can just stream on Spotify. It's really more of like, hey, what live albums? What else can I find out there? So.
nice. Yeah, it was kind of a COVID thing when like, weren't really traveling much. Sort of
Mhm.
felt like, records for whatever reason to me feels like it kind of like takes you out of your own world a little bit. Like just like putting on a record, you kind of feel like I don't know. There's something about it that like
Dude,
gave me some
it's
comfort during COVID. So
yeah,
we
it's
got a
good,
record player and
man.
we did that.
It's good, and they got some really badass vinyl shops in the Dallas Fort Worth area. My wife and I, like, when the kids were out of town, and we just went like she's a super like into reading, and so like all these books behind me, I'm a total fraud. These are all my wife's outside of like the stack of publication. Wait, hold on, shit. There it is. Meep. The stack of publications, like things I've actually written. So I'm
Nice.
definitely a fraud. I'm not a huge reader. It's all music for me.
Nice. Yeah, I'm much more into music than reading. I used to be super into reading. There was a period of my life where I wanted to be a fiction writer.
Oh,
But it's
interesting.
long
Murder
gone at this point.
mysteries, novels.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Oh,
I
you
do
were
like
gonna
it.
write romance novels, weren't you, Neil?
Oh, yeah, you know me. We are on the clock. Khalil Herbert is the top suggestion. He
I
is
would
kind of
love
my
to
guy.
get Khalil Herbert. Yes, and he makes a lot of sense for us making the bet on Chicago here.
Yep. And then
Khalil
Bucky's
Herbert makes
there.
sense.
McMillan. Let's
Who
see.
else is there? Do we need another? Who do we have? Oh, we already got 2 tight ends. We are at what? How many wide receivers?
5 wide receivers.
5. I'd like to go another wide receiver here. So, what about Pop Douglas?
Pop
Thoughts on
Douglas.
him? Is Drake May still? Where's he going right now? Is he still
He
going
goes late.
late? Like
Yeah.
can we
We could
still
probably get
like
him at the
we
next
could
turn if
double
we
stack
wanted to.
him, go 3 QB with this maybe?
Potentially, yeah. You like Pop over Jalen McMillan and Rashad Bateman, just to those are the names at the top.
Yeah, I would just for the late stack equity. And you went Baker on the last one, so
True. All right.
Plus, we can get some late correlation. Like we can go Kamani Vidal late. We can go DJ Chark late. We have some outs there.
So we are, and of course, the guy after us goes Hunter Henry. So there's, I wonder if he's going to go. Oh, he already has 3 quarterbacks. All right. Still might go Drake May. So our team, as of now, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams at quarterback, at running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, Devin Acham, Brian Robinson, Khalil Herbert, wide receiver, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Romo Dunze, Chris Godwin, DeAndre Hopkins, Pop Douglas, tight end, Luke Musgrave, and Dalton Schultz.
I know Marshawn Lloyd has fallen off in ADP. Where's he at? Because we still
He is really falling off.
He is really fallen off, and I think people are like, it's 4 weeks, dude. It's freaking 4 weeks.
He's down to 178, and that's continuing to fall. Like,
and again, like we can make another bet on the Green Bay offense. So like Vidal makes a lot of sense. Marshawn Lloyd makes a lot of sense. We've only got 4 running backs right now, so
yeah,
I think it's kind of insane how much he's fallen. Like we're fine making the bet on Jonathan Brooks missing 4 weeks or Nick Chubb missing 4 weeks, but we don't want to make the bet that Marshawn Lloyd, I guess he's dead since he's missing only 4 weeks.
Yeah. Catching up, I guess I'll check the latest first. So Spurs asking, which number BBM is this? This is number 122, 123 maybe. And then this is what I want to get to. Lloyd goes undrafted often. Yeah, that is true. Like I found that he does go completely undrafted sometimes. Best ball on call says, we love you, DBro. And talking about the backwards hat conversations, is that's why. Oh yeah, I was going to comment on the. I will say that the Colin Coward, listening to it, you went on about Ben Sinnott a little bit, how much you love Ben Sinnott. Yeah. Like you gave your reason and stuff, and they're like, you wouldn't be surprised if that happened, did you? And in my mind, I'm going, I'm guessing Colin Coward doesn't know who Ben Sinnott is. Like he's not a fantasy guy. Like as he said on the show, like he's not a fantasy guy, so he probably doesn't even know who Ben Sinnott is, and he just immediately changed the subject. He did not respond to you being like, you wouldn't be surprised if Ben Sinnott, whatever. He just like, all right. So anyway, Atlanta, how do you feel about Atlanta? So I was like, I don't think he knows who Ben Sinnott is. That was funny.
We did, yeah. We weren't able to get it deep into it. I did know that he was about to like bring up Atlanta because I know he's high on the Falcons. So, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just couldn't help himself when we had the transition to the Falcons. I won't put words in his mouth or take them out. So, but I mean. Yeah, I did. I do agree. I did think it was funny. The transition was quick.
Yeah, right. But yeah, if anybody has not checked that out, good conversation.
Jahan Dotson going at this point in the draft. No, thank you. No.
I've done it when I have. So he does have Jalen Tolbert there. I wonder if he has correlation. Yeah.
Nope.
No quarterback correlation, at least.
Tolbert, it's basically what Philly and the Eagles super late.
Yeah.
I don't find myself drafting a lot of Tolbert either.
I don't either. Neither of them are really my guys this year.
Uninspiring pick, man.
Yeah.
Like some of these offenses, it's like I feel like we're getting too cute trying to find who's going to be the wide receiver 3. Like in some of those ways where it's just like it might just not matter. You know what I mean? Like if a guy can't draw more than like a 13-14% target share, who gives a shit?
Yeah. Here's one that I've been meaning to ask. So T Money asks, is London Laporta for Barkley and AJ Brown too much?
Ooh.
I think that's fine.
I think it's fine, but the other part about it is like to me with when we talk about like the elite tight ends, like I need to know what other tight ends you got on your, and like to me the other part about it's 10 team. No, I would stay with Laporta. So that's exactly where I was going to go. If it's an 8 or 10 team league, then I really want to prioritize elite tight end.
Okay. Yeah.
Those onesie positions in the smaller leagues matter more. So.
All right. So we're at 2-4-6-2. Coming up on our turn, the suggestions are Wan'Dale Robinson, Luke McCaffrey, Kate Otten, Andre Yoshevitz. We are on the clock. By ADP, Gino, Wan'Dale, Marshawn Lloyd there. Do you want to go Marshawn Lloyd here?
I was going to say, let's go Lloyd. Let's go Lloyd. How many wide receivers? We've got 6. We got, let's go Lloyd and Vidal, and we're done at running back. I just feel like there's a long tier of wide receivers there. Like we already took Burton on the last team, so I'm not gonna like pound the table for you to take him again. So,
yep. Now we have 2 picks left. We could just go 2 receivers. I think
it's 2 receivers.
Could go a third tight end too, if we wanted to. But yeah,
we could. But I feel like we've already kind of got access. Like we made the bet that Green Bay is going to break out. We got access to a really strong. We could, I mean, but the only problem is we're going to be. Oh, we have what? How many wide receivers? We got 6.
Yeah. Yep.
I guess like I definitely want at least one more wide receiver, and it kind of depends what the tight end room looks like. Like if it's just gross, I'm not going to take a guy just to take a guy.
What's going on, Terry? Good to see you here. Been a while. Looking forward to NFL season again. What is up, Captain Awesome? I assume this is Mike Lawrence, but I'm not sure about it. Good to see you. Maybe not. All right. Got a text from Drew. He said he's hanging out with his sick kids, and then he might be able to join soonish.
Sick kids are no fun, man. It just sucks, but it is the season. School has started, all that kind of stuff. Kids are passing around the coughs and everything else.
Yeah. No, I can imagine. I feel like all of my friends who have kids they're sick all the time. Their kids are sick all the time. Like somebody in the family is always sick, it feels like.
Just start passing out the vitamin C gummies to everybody.
Yeah.
You get a gummy, you get a gummy, you get a gummy.
Are they infused? Calm them down a little bit.
Those are for the adults, sir. Those are for the adults and not the kiddos.
I'll send this link to Drew so he can join whenever.
Well, at least you know if Drew's tending to sick kiddos, he's not going to be streaming from the hot tub, so we'll have that.
That's a bummer.
It is
another time.
Yeah, I'm kind of saddened by that, actually.
Yeah. All right, Drew, if you're listening, I sent you the link. It's
he's listening. He's always listening.
Both you and Drew. When I send you messages on Twitter, the most recent message I sent both of you was also a StreamYard link. It's just like that's the only thing I send you on Twitter because we talk.
But you text us for everything else. I mean, nothing else happens on the old Bird app.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's funny.
I feel like I had other. Okay, so getting back to your flag plants. Anybody? I know.
Yeah.
Some of your content is going to be like behind paywalls. I don't know if there's stuff that you don't.
Most of it's
share.
free. I don't really have a whole lot of paywall stuff on Fantasy Pros. I mean, a few articles here and there about my must draft targets and stuff like that. I mean, we talked about Bijan. Achan's one of them. Brian Robinson Jr. Is definitely one of them. I'll just rattle down the list. I mean, I tweeted this out the other day.
Okay.
Which was surprising. Like it went nuts, and I was surprised that like people really cared. But whatever.
Cool.
The my guys list for me this year is Jaden Daniels, Bijan, Achan, B-Rob, Jaleel McLaughlin. Which if anybody of you haven't been around here, you should know McLaughlin is my dude. Has been my dude since freaking January. Drake London, Terry McLaurin, JSN, Christian Watson, and Trey McBride is the short list of my guys.
All right,
and I'm making big bets in Seattle too.
Yep, definitely some overlap. I'm very high on McBride. Of course, I know Steele is like the ultimate McBride bull.
Oh, Steele is like you'd have to pay him not to draft one of McBride or Laporta.
Yeah,
you'd have to twist. Somebody would have to tape his hands together and then keep him from pressing the button with some other appendage or something or other.
Yeah. All right, so we're thinking 2 receivers here. So here you can see the psychic suggestion here in the middle, but going just to wide receiver by ADP.
Let's go Bo Melton.
Bo Melton. Yeah. Oh yeah, love it.
Melton.
That's a great call.
Yep, let's go Bo Melton, and we're done at running back. What? Okay, so going down wide receivers, Chark makes some sense. Who else is out there?
Chark, Diami Brown, I've actually been kind of buying in a little bit. Josh Reynolds still there.
I just don't think Diami is very good. Let me see.
Trey Tucker, Brendan Rice.
What about Khalif? Is he still out there?
Yeah, he's still out there.
We could star him.
5 seconds.
Let's go Chark. Let's go Chark.
All right.
He makes sense with he makes sense with the Patriots did we take it at the Patriot?
We took Bob Douglas. Bob Douglas.
Yeah, okay. And then we got Kamani and Chark, so we got access to the Week 17. We doubled down on it. Yep, makes sense. And we double stacked Jordan Love in the process.
Yeah, no,
Not the
I
double
like
stack
that.
we thought we were going to get, but we did get it.
This is the perfect time to take Bo Melton. Like I don't know if
Yep.
I have any Bo Melton shares. Like in theory, he's always been like, yeah, I could see like mixing him in the 18th round. And this is the exact scenario where it's like you get
Yep.
boxed out of all of the other Packers receivers. Take Bo Melton there. Makes sense.
I mean, to me, it's like, yes, we got a extremely small sample size, but like, again, like pounding the point here, Neil, it's like the same case that we're making for Dontavian Wicks. Like, you can make the same damn case for Bo Melton. Like, when he was on the field last year, he had a 33% target per route run rate. He put up 3.16 yards per route run. And he also put up an elite 0.1888 first downs per route run. Now, I get it. We only got 69 routes to sample here, but it's not like Wicks's sample is massive either. So
True.
again, I mean, this is why he's a final round pick. So whatever. If he turns into nothing, fine. If he gives us 3 spike weeks, cool.
Hell
We got
yeah.
love.
Yep. No, makes perfect sense for this team.
Yep.
So we finish with Jordan Love and Caleb Williams at quarterback, running back Jahmyr Gibbs, Devin Acham, Brian Robinson, Khalil Herbert, Marshawn Lloyd, Kamani Vidal, wide receiver Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Romo Dunze, Chris Godwin, DeAndre Hopkins, Pop Douglas, Bo Melton, DJ Chark, tight end Luke Musgrave, and Dalton Schultz. Again, I think a pretty strong team.
I was like, what do
2-6-8-2.
you think about the team, Neil? I think I love this team, but what do you think?
I mean, I prefer my quarterbacks to be stacked with their number one option
Top
in general.
guys. Yeah.
So
I
like
agreed.
Jordan Love, Bo Melton,
The
and Luke
casuals kind of
Musgrave
screwed us out of that.
yeah, we kind of got screwed out of that because honestly, I feel like the Green Bay wide receiver room is so open that I like taking Wicks. Like I make that pick thinking Wicks could end the season as a wide receiver one. I would not be all that shocked.
Yeah,
Like you say, Bo Melton, maybe it's within his range of outcomes. Seems a little bit like a longer shot there.
He's a long shot.
But yeah, we got Caleb with Rome. I like Rome quite a bit. Overall, I think like just looking at like positional, like every position looks strong enough to me. So yeah, I kind of like it.
Sweet.
All right.
I can start another one. I'll have to hop out probably before it's done, but I can
Okay.
start another one with you.
All right. Sounds good. Let me just make sure Drew knows I sent him the link.
Come on, Drew, get your ass in here. Let's go.
I mean, he wasn't gonna join for another couple hours. So
I know.
if he does show up early,
I just had to give him shit.
Yeah, of course.
Has to happen. Can't let him slide on anything. There's no way.
All right. This one we go Jordan Love, Caleb Williams.
Have you been surprised? Because I'm honestly kind of surprised at this point. We have still like it is total radio silence right now on the Brandon Ayuk front. What do you think happened? Like in your mind's eye, what happens with that, Neil?
I want to believe that you are correct. That he ends up in Washington.
Yeah,
that'd be just so fun.
Too. I think he's forcing his way to Washington, and I'm here for it. Oh, Kendre Miller going on the IR.
I thought we already knew that or suspected it. Maybe.
I think we. Well, he's been hurt most of camp, so I mean, people could draw the parallels. So Jamal Williams or Jordan Mims. Interesting. I think both of those guys, like Jamal Williams, now kind of comes into play as like a final round guy. Yeah. Not a guy I'm going to get a ton of exposure because I think he's dust, but maybe Jordan Mims in like a BBM format. I'll take a shot or two on him.
Interesting. Paris Campbell released by the Eagles. I don't think I ever did it. I thought about drafting him on Eagles.
I never drafted him
for a while. Yeah,
I drafted some Johnny Wilson, and I'm just kind of staying towards the top end of that depth chart.
Ooh, we get the 2-hole this time.
Ooh,
it's a fun one.
Yeah. I might have to eat those words and take McCaffrey. I mean, probably. Is there a badge at 101? Yeah, there is. So who knows? They might do some crazy shit.
Yeah, who knows?
I've seen some wild stuff at the 101 and 102, like people setting up like cute correlations and stacks to be different.
Yep.
I've seen like what AJ Brown and some other guys go there at the one. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? Like people taking like AJ Brown or some of those, like setting up different correlations in this format. Like, are you doing that at all, or do you think it's kind of wild? You're like, no.
I'm not a huge fan of it because I do think that there is like the projection difference from the top half of the board to the bottom half is so great
Mhm.
that I don't love it. But I also like if you're only doing one draft and you and AJ Brown is your guy, I don't hate it. CD Lamb here.
Yeah, let's go Lamb. I was just hoping so I didn't get owned by the chat that we were gonna get Lamb and not have to go with CMC.
Yeah, that would have been funny if we were forced. I mean, we could have
Yeah.
gone Bijan. There's nothing stopping us.
Yeah, we could have. We could have. I mean, we're our own men here,
Yeah,
Neil. We're our own people. We can make our own choices
that's
like
right.
adults.
Yeah.
We're not beholden to the chat to sit here and tell us what to do. Although, they'll try.
Well, Spiritus says just missing Baltimore. Right? What do you mean by that? Are they haven't released their? I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Maybe it was the Houston guys we took last draft. That was what he's talking
Oh,
about.
for yeah,
Maybe could have
could
been.
be. Yep.
Could be.
Yeah, I love getting CeeDee Lamb, so I'll take him at the 102 all day. I did take him in the first draft at the 102 also, so I guess we could have gone with your guy Jamar Chase.
It's all good. I've got plenty enough Chase in my portfolio. Like he's one of my. I'm probably in the 30% range of him because I keep drawing the damn 103, Neil. Like I've got it like in almost every freaking draft. Not like everyone, but if I were to able to, that's one thing I wish you could look at for your exposures. What your first round picks have been, in all of your drafts, because I think that is so highly correlative to like your exposures to those top guys. Like if you just don't get a lot of like the 5 hole or the 6 hole, you're not going to get a lot of Amon-Ra and Justin
Right.
Jefferson unless they fall.
Well,
So I feel like that's a huge thing on your exposures to the top end guys.
bestballoverlay.com, I think, or no, not best ball. Oh, I mean that's a cool tool also. Best Ball Explorer, I think, is a tool that people use to look at where you get your picks. Free tool where you can like import your teams and it'll show you. But you draft all over the place, so you're not just on Underdog.
I'm all over the place. Like I've got action on Underdog, I've got action on DK, I've got action on Drafter, I've got action everywhere, man.
Yeah. So you can. I think they support drafters and Underdog.
Cool.
I don't think they support DraftKings though.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get a lot more action on Drafters and DraftKings before Best Ball season is all said and done.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I'm done with all these streams. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue.
You're grinding out the 150. That's what you're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm grinding out to 150 in BBM, and I'm like, I think I'm going to be pretty burnt out by the end of the week. So I think I might just, and I have so much DFS content that I need to be prepping for. So I might just be done with Best Ball after I'm done with my final BBM.
Neil,
I think I might
those week 1 lineups are not going to sell themselves, sir.
That's true. Well, it's more like the setting, doing the content for it is the harder part. Like I want to, be well researched when I'm doing content next week, and it's gonna be busy. Like this season, I'm gonna be. I was thinking about.
You're hoofing it, man. You're all over the freaking place, aren't you? You still got the show with. Are you running it back with Barrett and Fantasy Points? Are you doing the show with them, and you're doing 4 for 4? And where else are you doing other stuff? I know you got stuff on your own channel too, right?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to be I'm going to be on camera, like doing live streams 6 days a week during NFL season. There's Tuesday is going to be the only day that I don't do any live shows. All right, let's make our pick here.
Oh Lord,
Saquon falls to us if we wanted him. Kyron's there. Devontae Adams, Mike Evans.
Let's go Smitty. Let's just
Devontae
go the old
Smith?
Yeah, let's go with the old boring correlation here with Devonta Smith.
Yep, I like that one.
So I'll tell you another thing. I am trying to get more of the Eagles Like I want to get more Eagles passing attack. I think that there is a definite scenario where Jalen Hurts is the runaway QB1 and he just absolutely freaking smashes. I talked about it on Coward too. Like, where are we at here?
We go double Devontae, Mike Evans there. I know that there's some correlation somewhere in that trio.
It's either DK or it's Pacheco for me here.
Oh, Pacheco. That's an interesting.
We can go Pacheco. I'd be totally fine with that. I'm trying to get more Pacheco exposure. I think that there is a world where he's a top 3 back this year, top 5 back. Like, I think it definitively can happen. Like, and I know it's a small sample size. I was talking to Barrett about this, I think last week. Dude, the 3 games at the end of this, and I know it's incredibly small. The 3 games to end the season where we didn't get Jarrett McKinnon there and he played over 70% of the snaps. Dude, he averaged 25.5 fantasy points per game. Like and I'm not even saying he produces that for the entire season, but nerf it a little bit. Like there's a world where he's averaging 20 fantasy points per game and he's in that conversation for top 5 running back.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely underweight to Pacheco, trying to up my exposure a little bit.
I've kind
He's
of
been
figured
moving
you
up.
probably were. That's the reason I
Yeah.
picked up the name. I didn't think that he's probably going to be a guy that you've drafted a ton of.
No, because he's usually going in a range where I'm still drafting
You're
receivers.
drafting wide receivers. Yeah. That's kind of what I
Yep.
figured too. So we
Yep.
can get exposure to him.
Yeah, and it'll be unique to have him with CeeDee Lamb and Devonta Smith. I think most
Do we have
people
a shot at Hurts here or do we not?
a shot. Yeah, 47. He's I'd say 20% of the time he'll fall back to you there. Maybe less than that. Maybe
Like I'm
10%.
fine. Like if he falls to us, I'd like to take him. But again, I say that, and I mean we only got what we got. Oh, we got more badges in this room, so maybe there's some hope.
Yeah.
We're kind of what's my quick count here? 7 badges, 7 badges. So most of
Uh,
the room should be drafting kind of smart. We'll see.
yeah. Well, we also have so the AJ Brown drafter, the one he drafts at pick 40, so
So
we'd
he
have to
could get
hope
him on
for
the
him
way
to
back.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's kind of the way I play it is always if I have either Devonta Smith or AJ Brown, I'm clicking Jalen Hurts every time in the 4th round, just like
Yeah, agreed.
that's my target every time.
That's another guy, dude, where I think I tweeted this out a few weeks ago, and then going back to the Philly conversation. Um, I think AJ Brown has wide receiver 1 overall upside. Him and Justin Jefferson are the 2 guys that I think are the dark horses in that conversation that we're not talking about enough. Like we saw AJ Brown go on that Tyreek Hill-esque type of run last year during the middle of the season. And we've seen the Eagles, and I made this point on the Coward Show, is that we've seen the Eagles go pace up where they run a shit ton of plays. We
Yeah,
have never seen the Philadelphia Eagles offense go pace up and pass heavy. We just haven't. We've never seen that happen. It's like,
right.
and they've never thrown in the red zone a ton. Like they've always been running in with Jalen Hurts at the red zone. It's like I think that all can change this year, and we get a season out of the Eagles where Jalen Hurts finishes with like 10 rushing touchdowns and gets 30 passing touchdowns for the first time in his career. Like he's never thrown for more than 23 passing touchdowns in a season, Neil. So like if that happens, and with Kellen Moore, he's had multiple seasons where they finished top 5, top 10 in red zone passing rate for his offenses. Like it all screams to me we're at again another situation where I feel like we're asking the wrong questions of okay, well if Jalen Hurts doesn't push, then is it Saquon? Okay, but what if we should be saying, well, if he doesn't run it in at the goal line, then he will be passing it. And then we should be higher on AJ Brown specifically, and
Right.
ipso facto, Smitty and Dallas Goddard then.
Yep. Yeah, I'm very much in on Jalen Hurts. Okay, but
And there he
I
goes.
yeah, he went.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah,
I'm
called it.
so like correlation focused that I only take him if I have Devonta Smith or AJ Brown. So it's very much a like if have AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, yes, Jalen Hurts. If not, no. If you fell like super far, like to the 6th round, then like sure, then I'll take naked Jalen Hurts and then just try to get Dallas Goddard, or that'll be my Jahan Dotson share, something like that. But in general, like I'm only taking if I have one of them, but I end up a little bit above weight to the field though.
We could, and just kind of spitballing ideas, like if Mahomes got back to us, could we set up like a Mahomes? I can't. I'm not trying to remember where does Worthy go in ADP right now. So this is me kind of
Oh, he
getting.
goes. He goes.
He's already
Mahomes.
gone.
Mahomes just went
Oh, Mahomes
at
just went.
45.
Okay, well, never mind.
So,
What's the board kind of looking like for when we
yep.
get
So
back on the clock?
here's what we've got available. Our guy McBride is still there. McBride goes. We could go Andrews and then get Lamar on the bring back potentially.
And we've already got 2 wide receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
We
do
go
that.
McLaurin.
Let's
Okay.
go. I mean, it's either Lamar and Andrews or McLaurin, and we take a shot on Jaden Daniels. I mean, how do you want to build the team? You tell me where your exposures are, Neil,
Let's go Andrews here.
and see if we
Good.
can get Lamar. And if we don't get Lamar, I mean, then the field kind of tells us what we're doing here.
Yeah.
We go McLaurin. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yep. Interesting.
I was also okay going Worthy, like if
yeah.
yeah, let's go. Where are we at here? Hold on, what's our build?
We got Andrews, so
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what our build is though.
yeah, so we have Pacheco, CeeDee Lamb, Devonta Smith, and Mark Andrews.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's go Lamar. And we just kind of pound wide receivers next time we're up.
Yep.
Kind of catch up.
And there's usually like it's a good range for receivers at the next turn. So I don't hate doing this. It's kind of a
I
fun
like
build for
flipping
me.
the script on the hero RB build too, like taking a
Yeah.
hero RB in round 2, 3, or 4 instead of the, conventional idea of taking them in round 1. I think it's good to do that. I mean, we're making the bet Pacheco is a top 3 back, top 5 back, and he's a difference maker. So
Yeah. Let's see. Good to see you,
what's
Who
a,
Hames.
what's our pick number when we're back up?
We will be at 71 and 74, the next two.
Okay. Just kind of looking at guys that are in that range.
Jeff asks, who would you rather have a mid-first round wide receiver in an ambiguous wide receiver room in the 17th, mid-first, or a second round wide receiver who only plays in the slot on the same team in the 7th? I'm trying to think who he's talking about here. Mid-first round wide receiver in an ambiguous wide receiver room in the 17th round.
I mean, you're talking about this in vacuums, and for me, this comes down to player takes. So the names that just spit out the names, Jeff. Tell me who you're talking about, because to me, I'm a player takes guy. So you could name those two guys. I'm not beholden to NFL draft capital. I think we give NFL teams a lot of credit, but they do dumb shit all the time.
Right.
And burn picks. So miss me with the total and blind belief of NFL draft capital. And I'd rather just look at the player takes guys. Oh, then it's lad easy. QJ's dead, dude. I have no faith in QJ.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I would much rather take lad. And honestly, that's not even my bet to who leads him in receiving yards. That's Josh Palmer this year.
Nice.
So to me, you're giving me options A and B, and I'm taking option C. Not just trying to be commercial, like that. That's honestly where I sit. Like I think Palmer took a step forward in his game. I think he has the highest target earning potential. Like lad, I don't know if we're gonna see him play in 2 wide sets. And again, the other part is like player archetypes, Neil. It's like, if you're talking about an offense that we know is going to be passing volume is going to be a problem, then we need downfield usage and we need big playability to kind of counteract some of the volume concerns. Lad's ADOT, I think, is probably going to be low. So is he going to get the volume to boost him up? Or is he going to be a guy that gets 90 targets and catches 60 balls and goes for 750 because his ADOT's 6? Whereas Josh Palmer, I can see downfield usage and he can kind of buck that a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, no, Josh Palmer's moved up so much that he's no longer the slam dunk that he once was, but
yeah, he was a slam dunk at the beginning, when everything opened, because everybody got so crazy about Lad and he got steamed to hell and back.
Yeah,
Palmer was such an easy pivot.
He's moved up 2 rounds. Yeah, he was mid one, and it was like Justin Herbert was right there too. So it was pick 132, 133, just double tapping. Felt so good.
At their ADPs, the only person I'm really drafting from that offense right now is Kamani Vidal, and you can kind of avoid. To me, it's I'm avoiding the entire rest of the offense at this point of the best ball season.
So you are completely out on Lad too, or largely out on Lad.
Yeah, I mean, for Lad to burn me, what has to happen in that offense, Neil? I don't envision a scenario where Lad pays off where he goes and drafts and he burns me. Maybe that's the case of okay, he's the guy you needed in weeks 15 through 17 or something like that. But full season outside of that, what's the bull case where Lad absolutely goes scorched earth and he burns me? I have a hard time seeing that.
Yeah, we are on the clock.
We're
all right, so Keon Coleman, Christian Watson's still here.
Watson's there. Watson and JSM are the 2 guys that I was hoping for. So Watson's a definite. JSM, go down. Right? Oh, yeah. Go down the wide receiver. Go down the wide receivers a little bit. Let me see. Shit.
Hollywood.
I'm not in love with any of these wide. Curtis Samuel. I'll take a shot on Curtis.
Oh damn.
Oh,
All
well,
right.
it's way ahead of ADP. Never mind.
Well, Najee Harris is still so this we only have one running back so
Oh,
far.
let's get Najee. Let's get Najee. We can come back and get another wide receiver after this. Yeah, it's a good call. Yeah, I think it's a good time to grab another running back.
Yeah, I mean Curtis Samuel probably he's banged up though too.
He's banged up, so he if anybody's going to fall maybe a little bit past ADP or where we're at. What's our next pick number, Neil?
95 and 98 are our next two.
Oh yeah, so we should be in a realm, and we just shit talk Josh Palmer and stuff, but we should be in a realm if we wanted to also go. We could get another Jordan Love team and go with say Love and Dontavian Wicks on that team. That would be in play for that.
We also have CeeDee Lamb, so we could if Dak. He usually falls there on underdog, like his ADP is.
I'm not against Dak.
Oh, are you much higher on Jordan Love than Dak? See, to me, it's like those two are okay.
No, I'm way higher on Jordan Love. Dak is not even a top 12 quarterback for me right now.
Oh, damn. Okay.
The problem with it is that, like, I just, outside of CeeDee Lamb, who in that offense are you excited for? Like, to me, if anything were to happen, we're making the bet that Lamb smashes, but I think Lamb can still smash and then Dak still be like, what, the QB 10? Like, I have a hard time thinking, like, is he the tie that raises all ships again this year? And is he a top 5 quarterback? Could that happen? Sure. The other side of it is, like, outside of CeeDee Lamb, Dallas could just be a damn dumpster fire.
Yeah. I know that you guys have gotten used to like only handsome men on this stream. Unfortunately, we are going to have to switch things up a little bit, ugly it up a little bit, bringing in our friend Fantasy Guru Drew.
He's here.
Drew,
you love to see
what's going on?
Yes.
What's up, guys?
Oh no,
we
cut off the jersey with the with this, with the cameras up here.
Yeah, you're right.
It's kind of sad that he's not wearing it. I mean,
if
we're keeping it real here.
Yeah. Hey, we're big Cubs fans here, right?
I mean, look at the hat. Look at the hat.
It's funny. I was sitting on the couch talking to my wife last night, and I was checking scores. We were looking at getting Rangers tickets to go to the game this weekend, and I was like, "Oh shit, the Cubbies gave it to them last night. They put it what a 18 spot.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby."
Oh,
I wonder if Justin knew they were out of town.
No, I don't think so. You'll have to text him, Neil. Let him know where he's at in the country right now.
That's funny. That's funny. We already talked about that. All right.
Neil went silent, man. I almost was gonna count it down for how long Neil was gonna pause there.
He was processing and planning his picks too.
I was.
For all the listeners and viewers, we're in a group chat, the three of us and Justin, and Neil's talking about his trip to the DraftKings MLB Live Final, and he goes, "Oh, it's in Chicago, but the Cubs are out of town, Justin." And like,
I didn't say it specifically to Justin. I didn't say, Justin, by the way, the Cubs are out of town.
Yeah, you're like,
that was
I would have, but the Cubs are out of town.
Yeah. All I said was we're going to a White Sox game because the Cubs are out of town. I wasn't speaking specifically to Justin. I was telling the group.
Shout out to the Cubbies, by the way, too. Only 5.5 games out of a wild card spot, so they can they could still make a charge, dude. Yeah, make a charge. Make a charge. They're 7-3 of their last 10 games. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's go, Cubbies.
Exciting. And we got our guy on the mound today. So,
Yep.
Give him some run support. Give that man a damn W. Come on, Cubs. Let's go.
Yep. Facing Pittsburgh.
How many have you done today, Neil?
This is number 3. This is number 3. Hoping to get 5 in before taking a dinner break and then coming back later tonight.
There we go.
We might hop in for some later ones, depending on
what's
going on.
I mean, I've got Sacrilegious coming on at 8 Eastern, but I'm planning on going like 5 hours. I think he's probably going to be in for 1 or 2. All right, so we're back on the clock. Cortland Sutton, Josh Palmer being suggested to us. Dak is there.
I'm fine with wherever you want to go, Neil. I mean, Dak makes a lot of sense here. We need to. I think definitely need a wide receiver in one of these next 2 picks.
Do you prefer Cortland Sutton or Josh Palmer?
Fuck. I probably need to go Sutton. I don't have much Sutton right now. If you want to pick one of them, we just kind of shit talk to Josh Palmer, so it kind of it's an odd scene if we now draft him after talking about his ADP.
I mean, we don't really
thing up.
All right, so no suit for you goes with Dak Prescott unstacked.
Love it.
We could go Jaden Daniels here, or no, he has the same bio as Lamar. So let's push it.
I think we need a wide receiver. I mean, we
Josh Palmer?
smack talked it, but said, yeah, I think Josh Palmer.
I mean, you say that we smash talked it. You said you're given the option of QJ or Ladd, and your answer was I prefer Josh Palmer. I like Josh Palmer the best.
I
So
do.
I don't really feel like you really shit talked him. You just said,
Well, I
very
know, but
poorly
we were
drafted.
saying his ADP, like he's gotten puffed up, but he makes sense on the build because you need another wide receiver at this point. Drew, what are your thoughts on Palmer? I know we've talked about him a little bit in the group chat, but we haven't like kind of dug deep on him.
Yeah, mediocre, right? Like I think he's just a guy. But the problem is we're in a wide receiver room that doesn't have a lot of guys.
Like, are you in on Ladd, or like would you just take the shot on Palmer or somebody? Or are you just out on the offense?
Yeah. I think that entire offense for me is, I'll take my stabs on J.K. Dobbins. Gus, I almost feel like is an efficient guy, but just a guy as well. I saw they cut Spiller today, so you got Vidal there. Like, that entire running back room is mediocre to me. The entire receiver room is mediocre to me. And I also just don't even trust the offense. So, for me, that entire offense is past ADP, yes, but no reaches, no stacks.
Neil, we totally just violated ourselves. We talked about taking Dontavian Wicks. That was the point. We should have taken him. I didn't know he was still out there.
Jordan Love was already gone though. So we talked about Wicks, and I looked.
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
Love was still
that's
there.
fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we would have been well ahead of ADP on Wicks. Like, he sometimes would fall back to us at this turn. So I would have, if Jordan Love had been there, I was going to suggest it.
That's kind of where I'm at though, Drew, on the Bolts. Like I was telling Neil a second ago, like the only guy that I'm really kind of targeting heavy right now out of that entire offense is Kamani Vidal, because he's dropped so much. And I think that everybody went too far with the Daniel Popper stuff, with like him getting cut, and now we've gone too far the other way. So now it's time to enjoy the ADP dip, because I think there's still an easy avenue where he leads the team and carries touches, and he's still the guy by the end of the season too.
I mean, all it's going to take is a J.K. Dobbins injury, which is known to happen, and then they mix it up and they give Gus some short yardage work until Kamani proves himself, right?
Yep. I think it's very telling that they freaking shelved him for the third preseason week.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Neil. You're hosting this, although we kind of
I just wanted to. So DBro was talking about how much he likes Jerome Ford earlier. Deontay Foreman just cut by the Browns, so that was one of the obstacles for.
Interesting.
So that's interesting.
Wow,
that is interesting.
That's
don't give me hope. This is kind of the Hawkeye part. Don't give me hope for Pierre Strong. Don't you do it. Pierre Strong.
Yeah, I was just
Pierre Strong's now going to be a final round pick, baby. Yep, I'm back in.
All right.
Does this I tuned in a little bit earlier. We were talking about Chubb, or you guys were talking about Chubb a little bit, I believe. Does this give us hope that it's only going to be 4 weeks now?
Could be.
Yeah.
Right?
Could be. I think the biggest takeaway is that Jerome Ford is horribly mispriced.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like RB36, like when we know he's going to have a role in the backfield for the entire damn year. Like I threw this to Neil earlier, but like same question, Drew.
Yeah.
What build does Jerome Ford not make sense on? Like, does he not, like, he makes sense on every damn team for me?
Yep. Yeah.
Like regardless of wherever you're at.
Yep. I agree.
I feel like I like him best on a 0 RB build, where you're going to take a lot of guys who have the potential to like get there with injury, that kind of thing. But like you can get him for the early season stuff to like hold you over at least. But yeah, I mean, like you said, he could just be relevant the entire year.
Actually, this reminds me, I wanted to ask both of you guys some advice. I'm in my home league. We do our home league via Google Sheets because we have keepers and whatnot. It's complicated. We're a round pick with keepers and whatnot, like 115-ish, if you will. And I need running back help. I don't have many options available. There's Charbonnet, Chuba, Ty Chandler, Jaleel, Tyler Algier.
Jaleel, baby. Yeah.
You like Jaleel better than Charbonnet?
I do.
Yep. Interesting.
I think he has more standalone value and similar upside. Like, I think Walker could be the 3-down dude this year. Like, Charbonnet, you're just playing the handcuffing, and he needs to get hurt kind of thing with Walker.
Yeah.
I think Jaleel has standalone and he has upside to boot.
And Kenneth still is on contract next year as well, so it's not like I have any good keeper value there either.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. Oh, dude, we have effectively buried the lead. Like, I need to pull out the shovel here, and announce to everybody. Drew and Justin are coming on the Fantasy Pros podcast later this week. We're doing a PPR mock draft that will be live later in the week after everybody they spit shine everything for production and stuff. It will be live on the Fantasy Pros YouTube. Check it out on the podcast feed. Yeah. I had to get these two savages in the door, and I'm going to shut up right now because we need to make a pick, Neil.
We are on the clock. The suggestion is
I'm
Dallas
getting better
Goddard.
at that. See, I'm shutting myself out.
I'm glad. I mean, you at least noticed. What do you think? Dallas Goddard, Tyler Lockett, Gus Edwards, Zeke.
Ooh, Goddard. I like Goddard here. Makes sense for the correlation.
Yep.
Game tight end.
Thank you for inviting us, DBro. I'm excited. I know,
dude. I mean, speaking of also burying the lead further, I don't know, you don't want to make the announcement right now, but there might be another show in the works.
We'll have another announcement on Thursday.
Okay,
yeah. People got to tune in on Thursday. Go ahead, Neil. Sorry, pick.
We got to make our pick. The suggestion is Tyler Lockett, Gus Edwards, Zeke Elliott, Jalen Polk. No, same bye week. Jerry Jeudy.
Ugh. I don't like Jeudy, but if you want to take him, that's cool. I think it's Lockett probably.
All right. We got Gus as our third running back. Running out of time there. I was thinking about Jalen Polk, a couple different week 14 wide receiver I was thinking, but we got to set up a different stack here because I think Dak is gone, Hurts is gone, Love is gone. We probably don't want. I guess we could have gone Herbert. I don't know. I wanted to set something up for a later quarterback.
I don't have a lot of nicks, man. I think he makes sense for this team very late.
The problem is he has the same bye week as Lamar is the only concern there.
Who are the wide receiver options at our next pick? Like that maybe we could set up a late stack with. Because we still have the New England guys. Like you still have Drake May in the back pocket. Like to me, that would be the go-to.
But that's another week 14 bye. So that's the I keep on coming back to, well, we're already at 5 wide receivers. We probably need to start thinking about who our other quarterback correlation could be. So like trying to set up somebody who we can have a later quarterback out.
Yeah, pull up quarterbacks. What's our next pick, Neil?
Next pick is 143 and then 146.
Okay. Stafford makes sense with late stacking him with D-Rob, and you can go like D-Rob and Whittington. You can go who's our wide receivers again? We all got early guys. Like it's like CD. Yeah, it's all early guys.
We got the Justin Herbert out. Which
Herbert might be there. I'm fine with Herbert if he's there.
Yeah, if he comes back, I think he would be the pick for me. If not, then I think we got to set something else up. Could go like Darnell Mooney if he's still there, but he's probably not going to be. We could do Thielen or
set up a cheap stack of Bryce Young like Leggett. And Leggett's there. I
love the Bryce Young cheap stack. I've done
I'm kind of on that because I don't have a lot of Bryce Young too. I've got a shit ton of Drake May. Like when I get late, that's the guy I've just been circling.
Yeah.
I think out of all those guys, like I don't feel inclined to like. I wish we had gotten JSM. We didn't get. He went the pick before us because I freaking love Geno, man. I think he easily could be a top quarterback again this year.
We could do a late like Geno Fant.
We could do that. I'm down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what comes back.
Yep.
143, 146.
It's a good looking team.
Yeah, it's so far. I always kind of seem to like this start. I feel like I end up with it a lot where I start with the 1-1-2-1 somehow with Lamar, Andrews, couple elite wide receivers, and then one elite running back.
Yeah.
So that's pretty
I
common.
made Neil draft Isaiah Pacheco. What do you think about him, Drew?
Justin just the other day asked on his Twitter, "Give me some hot takes for the season," and he got a lot of hot takes, a lot of fun ones. So I jumped in as well, and my hot take was Pacheco, top 5 RB. I think I said.
Yes, you love to see it. See, this is one of those things where you and me don't talk about a player, and yet we arrived at the same destination, sir.
Yeah, actually, I may have even gone even a little bit bolder. I can't. Oh yeah, we were going for hot takes. I said Pacheco RB1.
Okay,
I think
RB1. Damn.
his routes are there. I think
is.
that
The workload could be there.
Mahomes is going to move the ball, and Pacheco has no competition anymore, and has proven himself in every capacity of the game.
I was telling Neil too. It's like I know the sample size and the splits are super freaking small, but like the 3 games we got, like possibly a window into this season, he averaged over 25 fantasy points per game without McKinnon in those 3 games. Like he and I know you can make, and when I threw this to Barrett, because me and Barrett were talking about him, Barrett was like, "So you mean the only 3 good games he had all season?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean that's a fair point, but still, like." I mean, you still can't take away the other outliers of like, he was good at breaking tackles. He's in a top 5 offense. Yeah. He's going to get all the damn work. Like, what if he's like Kareem Hunt of previous seasons, you know?
You literally put any other of the top 5 drafted running backs in that offense, and they're picked 1.
And yeah, they're a top 3 pick. Yeah, exactly.
So, why not?
Yep. I don't disagree at all.
I feel like
Jalen Wright would be the guy that I'd like here, Neil.
Even over Jaleel.
I've got a shit ton of Jaleel. So this kind of depends about your Jaleel exposure. If you're underweight, then
I've got a lot of Jaleel too.
Yeah, let's go right then. I'm like 27% Jaleel. So I'm fine. My Jaleel bags are packed, sir.
Yeah.
We're flying high right now.
I like it.
He has been one of my go-tos all year. In the spring, I was asked for my guys. Player profiler asked me if I wanted to be part of their like draft kit and like who's a player that you love, and I suggested Jaleel McLaughlin and Dontavian Wicks were the 2 guys that I was like, I'm super in on them, and feeling good about both picks still.
I just don't understand, like, why is Jaleel still going? Where's he at in our drafts? Like, what is he, the RB like 40 something, right? Like, why is that still the case? I just don't understand why he goes where he goes in drafts. Like, knowing what we know about Sean Payton's offense, like that, it doesn't make any damn sense to me. Like, why does he still go around J.K. Dobbins and Tyler Algier and these other like low tier handcuffs? I don't understand that.
Yeah, you're right. He has standalone value, and Javonte is an injury risk without a doubt.
I think a lot of people think J.K. Dobbins is going to be competing for the RB1. So I think that's part of it. Is people are like, J.K. Dobbins might be the RB1 in Los Angeles. Now they have not had Justin in there saying, take a look at his legs. That they're 2 different sizes. Can't be drafting J.K. Dobbins.
It's true. It's true.
I still like J.K. Dobbins only from a talent perspective. I agree that the legs, the injuries are a concern, but I'm gonna risk that what we've seen from Dobbins in the past can be duplicated.
I feel like we're not learning the lessons of yesteryear with Cam Akers and Foreman and all these guys with the Achilles. Like, that's my biggest thing about Dobbins. It's like every time we've like, and that's for me, that's a big learning point for me. It's like, I tried to ignore all that stuff at Cam Akers. I feel like I'm trying to learn from mistakes of previous years.
Yeah, very fair.
Where it's like Gus is not good. J.K. Dobbins has cadaver Achilles, or however they fix them, and so it's like why not Kamani Vidal now that since everybody's like, oh well, he was going to get cut. Well, shit, now he hasn't gotten cut, but we're not adjusting ADP.
Right.
Yeah.
Because everybody like shit their pants whenever the Popper article came out and said he might get cut.
Right.
I mean, myself included, I stopped drafting him. I was like, man, if seemed like he was getting cut, I bought into it.
All that Jared Patterson stuff, but Patterson's what is he not even on the team now?
I have no idea.
He's still on?
He's still on for now. It looks like.
So we're at 2-4-5-2 currently. We have Lamar and Herbert at quarterback. Running back Isaiah Pacheco, Najee Harris, Gus Edwards, Jalen Wright. Wide receiver CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Smith, Christian Watson, Cortland Sutton, Josh Palmer. Tight end Mark Andrews and Dallas Goedert. Probably good at the onesie positions, mostly wide receivers, running backs from here on out.
Yep, I think it's just pull up the wide receivers and running backs and hammer away. So another player take here. I will say, like, I really worry about the volume for him. But I will say this. I think the camp hype is real for Rashad Bateman. I went back. It was funny. Like, I was sitting in the airport waiting to fly out from DFW, and I was like, this is the times where, like, I've got extra time to do random shit. Yeah. And so, like, I pulled up all the all-22 for Bateman last year, and I was like, I need to see this for myself. Dude, he was good last year. And then, of course,
I've always been a fan.
I just worry about the volume. It's really just the volume, but, like, I think the talent's still there. I just worry about his median volume projections. But that's it. Like, he was open all the damn time last year.
Yeah, I'm a Bateman fan. I'm trying to pull up exactly how much I have, but I know I have 20% plus.
Yeah, I'm somewhere in the mid-teens, I think, right now.
All right, so on the left here, I have it sorted by ADP, just wide receivers and running backs. And you can see the suggestion from the sidekick here as well. Anybody standing out to either of you?
D-Rob, Burton, those are the guys I would say. Drew, what do you think? Anybody?
Burton has looked amazing every single preseason game.
My man.
We can probably push him.
Yeah, we can push him. Let's go D-Rob and then Burton, I think. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's
I was talking about, I don't know if you were tuning in earlier, Drew, we were talking about Burton, and I'm just like, he's another guy where it's like, I feel like his ADP is not going to correct back enough. It's like, yes, he's working with the 2s and 3s, but he did exactly what you wanted to see. Like, if he's working against the 2s and 3s, he needs to look like the best player on the field, and he did that at every damn opportunity, man.
You nailed it. He looked like the best player on the field with the 2s and 3s, which will get him pushed up. And Jamar no news on Jamar right now, right?
None. That's another thing. I was like, okay, I figured CeeDee Lamb signed, and then the brass for the Bengals is going to be like, well, shit, I guess we gotta pay Jamar, and we haven't seen anything with that yet, which I'm hoping comes. But Donald Parham released as well, so
really?
RIP those anytime touchdowns.
I'm gonna go take a piss break while I have two of you here to vamp. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
I've always liked Parham.
Too much coffee for Neil.
I mean, if he's going to be going all day, he needs the breaks. So happy to get.
Well, yeah, dude. I mean, I told him, I was like, I guess you're gonna wear a Depend if you're rocking it for 5 straight hours solo. Now we can hold up the stream until he gets back. So you love to see it.
I saw a lot of chat comments when we were talking about Pacheco on Carson Steele. What's your take on Carson Steele, Justin's brother / cousin?
Yeah, I mean, outside of keeping the draft picks in the family and stuff. Yeah. I think he's in play for like final round best ball, but like a final round best ball pick. But my thing about Steele is I just think the bigger takeaway is that CEH is still on this damn team. It's like he's still the RB2, I think. I think we all run away from it, but I think it's still CEH.
Here's my one counter to that is CEH was a Mahomes pick, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Are they keeping CEH to keep Mahomes happy, to give it one last shot, where in reality it's really Steele eventually as RB2?
I think it's definitely possible. And the thing about it too, though, Drew, is that with kind of those veteran backs that just like they know the system, they know the coaches know what they're going to get out of them. It's like it's a comfort food almost. Kind of like with Zeke going back to Dallas. It's like, just because he's back in Dallas doesn't mean he's going to be the definitive guy. You can make the same conversation. Like, they know what they're going to get out of CEH. He knows how to pass protect. He's not amazing at anything, but they know that he knows the protections. He knows the playbook. He knows everything that that they need him to know. And so it's like, if he's not starting, if we did need to play him, we know what we're going to get out of him, and he's not going to screw it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at with CEH. So I don't hate taking the shot on Carson Steele. Like I don't like.
It's like a Jamal Williams kind of thing, right? Should he
absolutely
be on an NFL team? Probably not. Is there a comfort level? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's certain things to like out of Steele's collegiate profile. Like, the biggest problem for him is, and it's funny, like, when I was in the draft prospect season, dude, the comp that I came away with Carson Steele, and this is gonna probably put you in the Wayback Machine, but do you remember when Ryan Nall was a thing? Yeah, dude, like, he reminds me of Ryan Nall. Like,
I could see
same
that.
size, like, has a very interesting collegiate profile, but like not overly athletic, didn't test well, kind of a tweener kind of guy, but still has talent, you know?
Yep.
Ryan Nall never panned out, but shit, who knows? Maybe Carson Steele does.
Yeah.
Props to Neil. That was a quick piss.
Thank you.
Know?
I do my best.
Yeah.
I also refilled the water.
I wish you'd have kept the audio in it so we could hear you running up and down the hallways, you know, when you're not on screen.
Yeah, should have.
You've been practicing your sprints. You got it in the airport.
That's true.
So.
I did. That's right.
Go ahead. Sorry, Drew. My bad.
No, please. My takeaway with any, and Neil and I have talked about this. I have two main takeaways, two main thoughts when you're looking at contingent RB backups. You don't want it to already be, if you're going to take a third stringer when the two aren't equals. And here's my example. I don't love the Kamani play because Gus and J.K. Dobbins need to either shit the bed or get injured in order for it to pay off, right? And you'll have a little bit of standalone value with Kamani right away, where in the case of someone like Steele, maybe Pacheco goes down, Steele ends up being the guy. CEH can't do it. He's never done it, or at least not recently. And I think that upside is huge. You know, we talked about it with Jordan Mason or Eli Mitchell. Whoever can take over that offense if CMC goes down could potentially be a league winner. There's huge upside there.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I hate to hop off, guys. My wife has texted me about one of the kiddos, so I'll catch up with y'all later and hop back in here. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Cool,
all right, boys.
Thanks, DBro. Made it pretty deep into the draft. He said, like, I'll be here for a few rounds, maybe. And he makes almost the entire draft. So
love it.
That's great.
Good.
We're on the clock, so that's
good timing.
Good timing. Yeah, we don't have to factor him in. Audric Estime is usually my guy here.
Yeah.
Yoshivas.
Yeah. See, I think to my point, right? Like Estime has to beat out 2. Or has to have something good happen? Or
would you prefer Shipley over Estime?
I do. And I listened and I watched last night, and you guys talked about Shipley a little bit. I think the upside with Shipley's huge. He's looked great in preseason. The camp reports are really good. I'm on top of Shipley over anyone else in that range.
Nice. And a little bit of correlation with Dallas Goedert, the whole Philly-Dallas game stack we have going on. So I think that was a solid pick for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we still could potentially take Estime around the turn if we wanted to, but I'll pull up the wide receivers and running backs. So here's the ADP on the left here. Anybody you particularly like, I'd be fine with Estime, Damian Pierce, De'Ami Brown, Steele. We could go Carson Steele.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Pacheco.
Oh, yeah. Not for this.
All right. Anybody stand out? 2. Yeah, we got Estime.
Yeah.
That was a countdown where I only just threw a number at you, so you had no idea it was a countdown.
Well, and I was pulling it up on mine, trying to go through it. I think Estime's fine. You know, maybe I don't think there's any reason to go Pacheco and Steele.
Yeah. So let me counter what you're saying as far as Estime goes in particular. I sort of feel like they play different. He plays a different position from Jaleel McLaughlin. So like I think that he is the direct backup to Javonte Williams. I don't think if Javonte Williams goes down, Jaleel McLaughlin steps into that role. I think that he's just like he's cemented into that kind of third down back role, like kind of the RB2. Whereas I think if Javonte goes down, then Estime just steps into the like first and second down role, goal line role.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess my counter to that would be, is that enough upside? And then if that's the counter, right? Like, should we even be drafting Javonte? Because does he have enough upside to pay off, right?
Right. And so the reason that I like the backfield in general is and Scott Barrett put out a tweet a couple months ago at this point, but it was like, if you look at Sean Payton's backfields, like dating back, like he has like the past 9 seasons that Javonte has, that Sean Payton has been a head coach, his running back rooms have been like top 2 in 8 of them.
Yeah. And he pretty much pioneered the 2 RB rooms. I feel like, for so long it was, you get your guy, your one running back, he goes down, you get the next guy up. I feel like Sean Payton was one of the early ones of going that 50-50 timeshare.
Yeah, for sure. Let's think about what we need here. I think it still hasn't changed. I think it's just probably we can take our pick between pretty much honestly any position, but because I think we're pretty good. Like quarterback, Lamar and Herbert to me is a good enough room. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I would argue you could see another tight end come into play.
Yep, I agree with that. I mean, if Juwan Johnson's still there, I would love that.
Yes. Or Parkinson.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to get more Parkinson myself.
Are you taking any Chargers tight ends?
No. Actually, like when I started drafting a month or 2 ago, I grabbed a little bit of Parham because I thought maybe we could grab an occasional touchdown or 2. I thought the natural talent was there. So, I think I've lost like 2 entries or 2 18th, 20th round entries now.
Yep.
I also grabbed a lot of DJ Shark. That was one of my stands in the offense is DJ Shark could carve himself out a role. It's looking less and less likely, unfortunately. So I think I burned some dollars there too.
I mean, I think I'll have some role probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
It feels like they've been all over the place with.
I know.
Yeah.
And some injury, right?
Yeah, right. He has other outs, even if he's not initially one of the starters.
Yep.
Jordan Mims and we're getting some news as far as like cuts.
I saw Kendre Miller is pup-less for a little bit.
Yep. Vidal did make the team, which that was kind of the latest we were expecting it.
Yeah.
I have not drafted any Jordan Mims.
No, but it looks like a little bit more so now we could, right?
Yeah. Yep.
At this point, I just don't even know that Kendre becomes a thing at all this year.
Maybe ever at this point. I mean, it's just like he's
hurt
all the time.
Sad to say, but I think you're probably right.
Yeah. Who Hames asked what we use to see the cuts. I just have notifications on for 32 beat writers and underdog, so I see the major ones there. There's probably a better place to see all of them together. We are on the clock for our final pick. We could take Gesicki.
Do you like Chig at all? I do.
Is Chig available here?
Yeah, he is.
I'm not super into Chig, but I'd be fine taking him if you like him. Get a share.
Yeah, I do.
For a late 18th round pick seems fine.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's maybe a competition there has been. So I've been like, I wasn't super into it already. And then now it sounds like there might be a little bit of a competition.
Oh, that's news to me. Who is it?
I forget. I think it's a rookie.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's news to me. Interesting. I was running under the impression that it was his jobs and his jobs only.
Yeah, no, I think, let's see. Oh, Josh Wiley is the one who seems to be potentially competing for the role.
Interesting.
But yeah, who knows? I haven't drafted much of the Titans tight ends in general, but I was already like not super in on it. And then I heard it might be a competition.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'm just not going to take that risk.
I think my thought process is Hopkins down a little bit. Chig had his moments last year. I think there's some value, and I think Levis throws. I think he has a good year, so I have some interest there for sure.
Yeah,
in that offense in general. One of my favorite game stacks that I've been doing more and more recently is that Jags Titans Week 17 game. They don't have the same bye. It's cheap. It's an easy one to stack, and I love both of those offenses. I think they're underrated, so that's been something I've been focusing on as of late.
Nice.
I'm at 140 in the DraftKings Millie Maker.
Oh damn!
I caught up while you were on vacation.
Yeah. I have not. I'm not going to max that one. No, I was saying I think it was after you joined the stream. Maybe it was right before that. I think I'm going to be done with best ball after I finish my streams. I mean, I'll probably do a few here and there, but I'm going to just completely shift my focus to the DFS at that point.
Yeah. Are you doing drafters at all?
I have not done. I should probably do a few drafters. I do think like that is a great place to go right now. They have a lot of awesome promos going on, and there's going to be overlay.
Yep.
But yeah, I have not.
My POV, my entire DFS career has been take advantage of every promo and every free dollar out there. Right. Yep. It goes a long way, especially as you start to compile it and compound it. But you know, it's to your point, right? We're trying to get 150 on the site that we originally chose, you underdog and me DraftKings, and doing another 150 somewhere seems a little exhausting at the moment.
Yeah.
Tough life of having to draft 150.
Right.
And a lot of you are probably thinking like, well, you don't have to draft 150 on DraftKings. I actually feel like I do. Once you draft 150, they give you $300 back.
Right. So it becomes worth it to just like get there.
If you do 149, you're not getting anything back. Well, I think you're getting a little back, but you get my point.
Yeah. Pepper Tony joins, gets the 12 hole right away. We got the 8 hole, which I think is fine. I don't mind the 8 hole.
Yeah, Justin and I were talking about this the other day in his. I meant to talk about this with Derek when he mentioned that we'll be on a show on Thursday. So Justin has his Cubs League draft on Thursday as well. I believe he's drafting from the 11, and I think the 9, 10, 11 are probably my 3 least favorite, and 12, I guess maybe, you know, back third of a draft are probably my least favorite. First through 8 I'd prefer versus 9 through 12 for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like I feel like, you know, 1 through 6 in particular I really like, because I'm like that tier of like Chase, Jefferson, Brown, Tyreek, Lamb, like it's pretty flat to me.
Yeah. Are you overall, where do you rank Chase these days? I've seen him drop a little bit.
I'm usually taking him 4th. Like
okay.
I do take Tyreek ahead of him. Yeah, I think I have Chase 4th. How about you?
Do
we go Bijan here?
Yeah. So I moved Bijan over Chase. And I'm on the fence between Amon-Ra and Chase myself.
Are you worried about a holdout?
Yeah, I mean, I know he practiced a day or two ago, which I was happy to see, and then I ended up drafting him that night. But I am concerned about a holdout. I am concerned about lack of reps for that entire offense. Maybe a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah. Also a Burrow, like, I don't know to what extent he's hurt. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I have not been drafting as though I'm afraid of it, but then you hear some people be like, yeah, it's going to affect him his whole career. Then it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be. Like, I've been assuming he's going to be healthy this year after being hurt last year. Maybe I'm overconfident in Burrow at this point.
Yeah. I do like taking T Higgins when he's available around ADP because I think that upside's really good.
Yeah, I like T.
I do like that offense, assuming that everyone plays.
I do too. I think it could be a really strong offense. Pretty in on the running backs too. Are you drafting any of the
I have a lot of Chase Brown. I do not have any Zach Moss, and funnily, I'm a fan of Zach Moss. I just think the upside is a lot more than Chase Brown. I've always liked Zach Moss. I don't really want to take it.
We slam Puka here, right? We have Bijan. Puka falls to us at
yes. Yeah, beautiful.
Nice. Could have gone Drake London for the the team correlation, but yeah, I think just getting the uniqueness of Bijan and Puka is kind of fun.
Yeah, I do like the Bijan Drake. I've gone it a few times. It's a fun one, and I like that game stack for week 17 too.
It was funny. I saw Al Smizzle posted out like kind of making fun of himself for taking Bijan Drake London. I was like, oh, I'm sure this is super unique, and I was like, it kind of is because you usually can't get it. Like,
yeah,
so
right.
it's like, yeah, it's going to be unique because it's not often available.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think even less available is going to be Bijan and Puka. Though,
exactly.
So
yeah. Yep.
Someone else, and if I had a couple minutes, I would think of it. But somebody else, it might have been Adam. Shit my money. Who said something like, if you should not be so concerned about uniqueness in a 2 of 12, 2 of 13,
that was Adam.
Whatever it is. Yeah, Adam. And then a 1 of 500. Like uniqueness doesn't really matter. Like draft the best team possible.
And that's so he and I had actually just had that conversation, I think the night before on my stream he had been on.
Yeah.
And I've come around to that. So like early in the year, I did a applying DFS, what you've learned in DFS to best ball. And one of the things I said was, well, you can't really get unique ownership except for like latent drafts. You can differentiate in terms of ownership, but you can differentiate instead in terms of combinatorial ownership. But then the more and more I've drafted, I've been like, I really feel like you look at the teams that actually get to the playoffs, get to the finals, you really don't run into a ton of teams where it's like, oh yeah, all of these teams have these 3 players at the beginning. Like it really does not seem to become that much of a factor.
No. I think what's going to stand you out the most, and actually, maybe this is a good strategy, is I know you guys were talking about last night. There's probably not going to be a Puka or a Kyron this year, right? It's maybe what you're gonna need to win BBM is someone like I think the example yesterday was Tyron Thornton, who goes off in week 17 or 16 and get you there, right? Like that's going to be the common denominator, not a Drake and Bijan team to get you there, right? The common denominator is going to be a random round 18 pick that goes off in week 16.
Right. Yep.
And I feel like maybe the draft strategy of that is spread out your late round picks and exposure a little bit.
Yeah. Like I feel like last year was a pretty big outlier in how good the late round picks were. Like, we talk about it like this year's Puka Nacua, this year's Kyron Williams, but it's also like nobody even talks about Tank Dell anymore. Tank Dell went undrafted in like, I don't know if it was a majority of drafts, but like very, very often Tank Dell went undrafted. All right, let's make our pick. So we have Bijan and Puka. Could go Diggs, Flowers, Kelsey, Rushy Rice, Josh Allen. Anybody you like here?
Honestly, no. So I'll let you take this one.
I kind of like Diggs.
Okay.
Gives us the out of if Stroud does fall, we'll have one of his receivers, and sometimes he does.
Yeah. I think Zay Flowers is going way too early.
Yeah. Good thing DBro's gone because he would have disagreed with us on that one. But I kind of agree with that. I know DBro is pretty into Flowers' potential breakout this year.
I would like to see it. I've always rooted for him, and I expected more from him last year. And maybe that's just what we've talked about in the past, like expecting too much too soon from receivers. And I think maybe we've been a little bit spoiled with some receivers who have taken off early on. But I wanted more. I expected more. I just don't know that offense really allows for it. But maybe we'll see more of it this year.
Chargers cut Brendan Rice. He's been one,
the sweetheart 2 weeks ago or a week ago.
Yeah, he was like, oh man, he might be the starter now. He's really carved out a role for himself. That's why
DJ Shark. Here we go.
DJ Shark season, baby. Yeah,
let's go. Big win.
I forgot. So I was given the how last year was an outlier, and
Yeah.
Arab points out, where was McBride going last year? He was a final round pick, didn't always get drafted.
Right.
I was sadly super out on McBride last year. Like I was
Yeah.
like, I didn't really buy into the talent. I didn't think the situation was good. So I was like,
Yeah.
why am I taking him? He
Yeah.
crushed in the final round. You also had like, Raheem Mostert and Devin Achane were both like late round picks. Nico
Yeah.
was like a 10th round pick.
Yeah.
There were so many like absolute league winners really late in drafts, and like we're not going to get that every year.
No, we aren't. But are we just kind of kidding ourselves? And will there be some crazy performances on
Well,
the season?
we got to make our pick here. Pacheco is here. Oh, we could go Pacheco. Oh man, Pacheco is the pick.
Yep, agreed.
Right? Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Yeah, love that pick 41.
Wow, I like that a lot.
Yeah, sorry, don't want to interrupt, but I know
no,
you
please.
sit so far back from your computer. I don't think when we're on the clock, so I have to like be like, by the way.
I am watching it from the iPad.
Okay.
But I'm also jumping around on the iPad a little bit.
Wait, now people
testing this out. When I do streams, can I sit back a little bit, use the iPad, and kind of get the full view? So we'll see.
So multiple people in chat are saying they saw a report that Rice made the roster. I'm seeing Roto World, Chargers cut Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's son. Oh, and then multiple people immediately responded to that as fake news. So I don't know. I guess that could be wrong. That could be wrong.
Dang it! I already spent my DJ Shark money.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. AJ Dillon placed on the IR.
Oh, interesting.
That was unexpected. I thought, we already have Marshawn Lloyd on IR.
Wow. Interesting. Who else we got there then?
Oh, season-ending IR. Oh, okay.
AJ Dillon, season-ending IR?
AJ Dillon, season-ending IR.
Whoa.
Damn.
Whoa.
Yeah, Best Ball and Carl says Popper shows Rice on the roster. Yeah, I don't know. Where did Chargers get this or the Roto World get this info?
Underdog hasn't posted it, and if Underdog hasn't posted it, then I don't believe it.
Usually I can trust NBC Sports, but I don't know. Maybe they got hacked. I don't know.
Who do we have for the Packers depth chart then?
Yeah. Who's the other running back last year?
This guy Emmanuel Wilson might be.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Yep. Definitely does not hurt Marshawn Lloyd.
No,
that's one potential obstacle that's gone.
No, actually, maybe quite the opposite. Maybe we should be drafting him a little bit more now.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, bumping him up ADP for sure.
Yeah, Emmanuel Wilson. Yeah, he's interesting because he is the RB2 going. I would assume he's the RB2 going in with Lloyd on the pup.
Yep. Who's been available? Let's see. I saw Dalvin Cook is visiting. I wonder if he visits there. Who else?
The rumor was that P. Ryan's getting cut. I don't know if that has become official. I think we reached the cut, so I assume P. Ryan was cut. I feel like it would have hurt if he wasn't.
I could see him being a decent complement to Josh Jacobs' backfield.
Yep. I'm a little bit scared that I have not been drafting P. Ryan because he has so many different outs of like going to a team and being relevant. I don't know.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Pepper Tony says Drew probably hates my team so far based on his Flowers comments. Because I think Flowers is prime for a breakout. Ravens defense can take a small step back in Ravens volume. Yeah, that could happen.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just worried about what we've seen in that offense. With Lamar, I just don't know that he's really gonna lend himself to a top 10 receiver, but I'd be happy to see it.
Yeah. No, it looks like I think it's a fun team. You got Lamar with Zay Flowers, Nico Collins bring back, and then Devin Achane at running back.
Look, I do think Lamar has as good of a chance as anyone to be QB1 on the season, and if that's going to happen, it's not all going to be rushing. I think Bateman, Andrews can stay healthy and whatnot, and then it's going to be a lot of Zay too.
All right. So the suggestion here, Jaden Reed. Oh, Christian Watson went at 54. That's interesting. Jaden Reed is available here. Keenan Allen, Calvin Ridley, Dalton Kincaid. Probably want a wide receiver here.
Yeah, I'm not big on Kincaid. I think I'd go Calvin myself. Ridley,
You're
but
a
it's up to
Ridley
you.
guy. I have very, very little Calvin Ridley. So if you want to go there.
We've talked about with Jaden Reed. I'm not drafting a ton of it. I think that wide receiver room is too crowded, too talented. And look, I think he's good, and I think the Packers will be good. I just don't necessarily see it for Jaden Reed. Very similar to Keenan Allen. I do think he's going to be, and this is why I don't like Stephon Diggs as well, which I didn't bring up earlier. But I think Keenan Allen and Stephon Diggs are going to be low ADOT safety nets for young quarterbacks with upside. We saw it last year with Keenan. Obviously, we've seen it with Diggs, but I envision them playing a DeAndre Hopkins type role with low ADOTs. And Hopkins had some deep shots last year, so obviously it can exist. But I don't see the upside from either of those two receivers.
See, I feel like Diggs has the big play potential. Like he's always been, maybe low ADOT overall, but he'll have his big plays also.
He will. I just don't see it now moving over here.
In the preseason, he had some. I think he had at least like 150-yard touchdown in the preseason, which gives me some hope.
Yeah.
That they'll use him in a way where he could have some long shots. I get what you're saying. Like Tank Dell is obviously like the deep threat kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I think that Diggs will still have that in his route tree.
Yeah, fair.
At least I'm hopeful. That's what I'm counting on.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot with Tank. That connection was obviously there.
How do you feel about Kyle Pitts? We've got Bijan,
Yes.
so a little bit of correlation there. Yeah. Nice.
So, and I was trying to remember this. I'm trying to find his ADOT, but his Stephon Diggs yard per reception was last year was his lowest in 5 years. Obviously, not to say that he can't go back to where he had been, but 11.1 per reception. I just don't know that he has the athletic talent that we saw from him previously as much, right?
Sure.
And I think they could utilize Tank and Nico in that capacity. Stephon be more of the safety net, route runner, great hands, with less upside. I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose. Let's see. He had 8 out of, I think it said 10.6 last year. Keenan Allen 9.7. So yeah, it wasn't super deep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he still has the potential.
I mean, we're nitpicking, right?
Yeah.
I'm just shouting out why I don't have big shares of both of them.
Yeah, I hear you. Lamar will put up nice stats. Not sure about QB1. Last year they were ahead in games a crazy amount of time, and he wasn't pushed to put up QB1. That is the nice thing with Lamar. Like he might be in more situations where he needs to make big plays. I'm fairly in on Lamar this year. Of course, my QB exposure is super flat, so like fairly in on him is like 10%.
Isn't all your exposure super flat?
I mean, more or less, yeah. Here I can show you. Pull it up here. I got if you look at everybody, 23.8% Khalil Herbert is my highest exposed player.
Okay.
So I have 2 players over 20%, Khalil Herbert and Rico Dowdle.
I like both of them.
Yeah.
Khalil Herbert has impressed me. And I think there's some major upside in Rico Dowdle. Yeah.
Yeah, Khalil Herbert, I think, is my answer for like my biggest flag plant of the year. I think he has multiple routes to getting volume, and I think his efficiency has been awesome, like for his whole career. So
what do we? So I haven't drafted a lot of Khalil Herbert until maybe recently, where if I get him at ADP, I grab him. Yeah. What's your take then on what happens with Swift and Roschon?
So I think we go into the season with Swift as the RB1. Really unclear to me between Herbert and Roschon. We have not gotten a lot of indications in the preseason, like who is going to be the RB2 going in. But I think I believe in Khalil Herbert's talent more. So I just given the talent, I'm hopeful that he's going to win that RB2 role. I have been hoping that he would just get traded, and that has not happened. So that was one of the outs to him getting there. But I just think like he could beat out DeAndre Swift, like not early on. It's not going to happen early on because they signed DeAndre Swift, expecting him to be the RB1. They're treating him like the RB1, but I think Herbert is better than DeAndre Swift. So I think he could, over time, just chip away at that at the snap share and eventually overtake him, at least in some games. Maybe, I don't know. And then any injury, I think he has big contingent value.
Yeah. I don't disagree. Money talks though, right? And I was pleasantly surprised with what we saw from Khalil Herbert on in preseason. I think he is number 2. I think you can be pretty confident in that.
Yeah. CJ Stroud goes. I was sort of hoping he would fall to us at 80, but it was always a long shot. How do you feel about? Do you double up Calvin Ridley and DeAndre Hopkins?
I haven't done much Hopkins. I don't mind it though.
See, I'm the opposite. I'm way more in on Hopkins than Ridley. It's kind of unique. I don't have a ton of the double stack. I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah. Like I said, I like that game stack a lot.
Yeah. All right, we got the double.
It's fun.
So we're at Bijan and Pacheco at running back. At wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua, Stephon Diggs, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, tight end Kyle Pitts. Nice start, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Donta Foreman to Green Bay is certainly a possibility too. I saw Kevin Adams just post that.
Yeah, interesting.
Anyone obviously that gets cut here is within range.
Yep. You're saying that my Deontay Foreman shares are not dead?
No,
dream.
No, you got chances for sure.
I like this. Daniel says P. Ryan should go to New Orleans for the sake of all of our backs. Yeah, I have not been drafting much Alvin Kamara. I drafted a lot of Kendra early.
Yeah, I did too.
Sadly.
Now I like Alvin because I've liked him recently. I've liked him the last month. I probably have a good 15+%. No one is taking his work away.
I know that's one of those that I'm like, man, I should have adjusted. I did not adjust. I guess we could have taken him there at 80. That's a good spot to take him.
We saw some, if I'm not mistaken, we saw some 8+ targets per game.
Yeah, no, they targeted him a ton.
Year, right?
He didn't do shit with him. I feel like he had games where he was targeted. Like he had like 8 receptions for like an average of 2 yards. Kind of thing. Like, just like, but still, that's worth something.
Well, especially on DraftKings.
Yeah. Like, I don't think he's any good, but like if he's targeted that much, like that's great.
Good is a relative term.
Yeah.
Let me see how much Alvin I have. I have 10% AJ Dillon. That's a bummer.
So we have Ridley and Hopkins both with the week 5 bye. I'm not inclined to take Jameson Williams here, but that's what the sidekick is suggesting. I'd be more inclined to go like Jalen Warren here. Do you have anybody you like here? Warren, JMO, Ferguson, Bowers.
I would go Jameson Williams myself.
All right. That's what the tool is suggesting, and it is factoring in by because it still wants me to go JMO. So all right.
I only have 10% Kamara. I guess that's fine.
It's a lot more. I have like 1% probably.
My top 2 running backs are Najee Harris and Ramondre Stevenson, 23 and 21%.
Joel thinks that Foreman's going back to Cleveland after they move one of their excess quarter. I did see that Jameis Winston might be on the trade market, which would be pretty shocking if he gets traded.
Where would he even go? If Jameis gets traded, that is very positive for my Deshaun Watson bags.
Yeah, true. I mean, they're paying Deshaun Watson so much that I'm like, I feel like it would take a lot for them to bench him. Maybe not. He was such a basket case last year. Like he was such a mess.
Yeah.
Maybe they're already at that point where they're kind of like, do we need to bench this guy? I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I just saw that. Vikings Jameis would be incredible.
That would be fun. That would be super fun. I still think they would probably start Sam Darnold, at least give him some
Yes,
chance.
absolutely.
But yeah, would be fun. Jameis to J Jets, like man, there would be some big games there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, actually, just for shits and giggles, while we have a little bit of time, let's say that got announced tomorrow. Jameis to the Vikings. Same Sam Darnold starter. Would you bump up Jefferson at all?
I think I would. I think I actually would.
too.
Like I might move him ahead of Chase in that scenario.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would for sure.
yeah. No, I think that would be super fun.
Be very fun.
Oh, what's up, C40?
So what's your plan today? This, then a dinner break, and then back on at 8 Eastern?
Yep. So this is draft number 4 of this stream. Going to do one more after this one. I think just one more. And then back on at 8 Eastern. Sacrilegious going to join me, who is one of the architects of the sidekick that I'm using here.
Nice.
He is the only guest I have lined up. Now I heard you and DBro saying maybe later tonight.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Justin Steele will be coming back from full game shutout, complete game shutout, and he's going to be like, oh, let's do a stream. Who knows?
He is on the road. I don't believe his family is joining him. He'll be jazzed after the game. Let's jump on stream and do a best ball.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so I'll be going for at least 5 drafts tonight. So starting at 8 Eastern, going to start that stream. I'll be going at least 5 drafts. We'll see how late it goes.
Love it. Speaking of, Justin pitches in what, 2 hours?
Yep. 2 hours.
I'll join you for the beginning of your next draft. I'll probably pull a DBro and say that I'm leaving after a couple rounds, and then probably stay a little bit longer.
Cool.
I mentioned earlier I got some sick kids inside, so I feel like I need to help out as much as I can, and then jump back on tonight.
Perfect. Love it. Brian Robinson, the suggestion here.
Yeah. Or we go Spears and go big stack.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah,
let's do that. We're gonna get sniped, of course, but we'll still have the team correlation either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, definitely. I will be lonely here by myself late at night. So if you're around, yeah, well,
I should be around tonight.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'll go check this. You go on. I'm gonna go check what number this is.
My wife and I watch Big Brother, which if you haven't watched it, you probably think it's a totally corny hookup show, whatnot. But I think a lot of DFS people or a lot of fantasy people actually do watch it. I know Siege does a pool. It's a lot of strategy. It's a lot of crappy reality TV, but it's a lot of gameplay and a lot of strategy. And it goes on like 3 times a week for 3 hours. And so that's my wife's and I binge viewing. So we'll probably watch a little of that, and then I'll jump on the stream.
I honestly don't know what Big Brother is. I've never looked at it.
Have you watched Survivor?
Not in years. I used to watch some Survivor, yeah.
So it's very similar to Survivor. I think Survivor started, and then Big Brother was maybe a year after. Maybe they launched the same year. But Big Brother, let's say it's like 20 people into a house all together. Cameras everywhere, of course. Yeah, I think it's like season 25, 30, something like that. 20 plus at least. But 20 people in a room, in a house, like 3 to a room, whatever. And there's a head of household that gets picked on with a game. So there's like a competition and whatnot. And that person nominates people for eviction of the house. And you evict somebody simply by voting. You can win your way off by winning the next competition, and then you're safe that week. And it's all like strategery, alliances, promise that you keep me safe and I'll keep you safe, all that.
Do you like Singletary, Moss, Wicks, Shaheed? Anybody? 5 seconds.
Shaheed.
Got him.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it could be kind of fun.
It's fun. It's there's always a game every single episode. There's always some strategy. You pick your own players and you go from there.
Yeah. I'm going to look at how many have I done here.
Yeah.
So this is number 125.
Okay.
So
yeah, and when are
560
you
with it.
expecting it fill up within a week, obviously?
Yeah, so that is last night. I was starting to plan this stuff, and
Yeah.
I said this earlier. So you and I had mentioned before that I had somebody that I was trying to line up to be my 150th stream. That
Yeah.
person being Pete Overzet, because
Yeah.
he, is the only other person who has streamed all 150. It's been kind of a running bit that I am the oldest person
Yeah.
to ever stream 150. Of course, I'm just the second person to ever stream 150.
Love
But
it.
I want to get Pete on to for the pass the torch for my
Yeah.
the
I love
oldest.
that.
So Pete, I reached out to him. I was like, hey, are you around on Saturday at all? I think I'm going to shoot for Saturday to be like when I finish drafting
150, yeah.
my 150. And Pete said, I don't think it's still going to be open on Saturday. Like, you
Interesting.
better, if you're trying to stream all 150, I would recommend like really getting ahead of it. He said that last year he was like, he aimed to finish it 2 days before the final. So he gave me the advice that I should really start streaming a lot now. So I'm now trying to get there, finish on Friday morning. So Pete's available at noon on Friday. So the goal is to get to 150 before then.
That's awesome.
If we get to the situation where it's filling way too fast, I don't know. I'm gonna have to really change my approach. But yeah, I think it probably fills. My guess is that it fills on Saturday. So I think that I'm being somewhat conservative shooting for Friday, but
I'm looking at it now. 89.2%.
Yeah.
Has our guy Tom put out a projection?
No, I don't think so. Does he do underdog? I thought he only does. Maybe he does all.
I think he was or is tracking some on underdog. At least just tracking, but I don't think he can draft underdog.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I believe so. So I remember right at the start of this stream, it was at 88.9%. So it's filled up 0.3% over the past, what's it been, 3 hours?
So let's say
it's been exactly 3 hours. It's filled 0.3%. So it's basically filling 2.4% per day. But I think the worry is that it's going to start filling quicker as it gets closer to the end, and people are like, oh shit, I gotta complete this. I gotta finish all my BBMs.
How much per day? 2.4%?
Well, I'm just saying, like, based on I've been streaming for 3 hours, it's filled up 0.3% in that time. So like if you go 24 hours, that would be 2.4%.
Yeah, you're right. That's concerning. And then it fill up a little bit. Yeah, we might close on Friday. You might be like the last entry.
So we are on the clock. Dallas Goedert is being recommended to us. Pick 128. Yeah. I'm surprised that Goddard is the suggestion here, but I'll go with it.
Well, yeah, I guess we could have gone like Cousins.
Yeah, I was thinking Cousins would be the pick because we have both of Bijan and Kit Pitts.
Is it taking into account what the people in the wraparound have?
I believe so. So that is my next stream. Going to start with Sacrilegious, one of the architects of the sidekick. I'll ask him that question.
Yeah, please.
Yep. Yeah, I think it does, but I don't know everything that goes into it. So that'll be an interesting conversation, hearing like what actually. I know that it's very advanced. They factor in many things. But it'll be good to talk to him.
Yeah. I'm looking at Tom's write-up right now. He does not have BBM in it, but I feel like I've seen it. So this is good for everyone. He expects the DraftKings Millie to fill at 82.5% by Thursday, and then the Drafters $15 to fill at just under 70%.
Damn, and they have great promos.
So I would love your POV on this. Is Cousins still available? That seems like an auto click if he still is.
Yeah.
I would love your POV on this. My take on the cumulative drafters scoring is that correlation and stacks don't necessarily mean a ton. And for any of you who haven't drafted on drafters, if I'm not incorrect, it's 17 weeks, total points wins it all. And we got Cousins good. 17 weeks, total points wins it all. I understand that QB receiver stacks and combos and pairings would make sense because you want a good offense and you want them to score and whatever. But the week 17 correlation certainly doesn't matter. And I don't know if anything else really matters. And if that's the case, I haven't done any on drafters. My consideration right now is throwing out $2,250, putting together my rankings and just having it auto draft 150 for me.
Yeah, so I try to stack still, like you said, like there's still correlation between teams, like your quarterback and wide receiver. Like I still like having stacks. I think that the correlation is still there for season long, even without those 1 week. Like it still matters. But also, I will say a couple of years ago, Titletown from Ship It Nation won the whole thing, and he had like no correlation, no stacks or anything. So I wonder if he took your approach of just like, let's just get the best players. And it worked out. So I think it still matters, but maybe not quite to the same extent. And yeah, if there is enough overlay and you can take advantage of all the deals, you don't have the time to max it. I think that probably makes sense to just like let it rip. You'll probably get some correlation throughout it. You'll have some
you will, absolutely. And what I like about it is you can maximize and minimize the amount of, which I think you can on other sites too, but the amount of players within each position. So you could easily say, 2 to 3 quarterbacks, 2 to 3 tight ends, whatever. I'm almost thinking, I do believe in the early-ish QB and early-ish tight end approach this year. I could max it at 2 QBs and max at 2 tight ends and rank my QBs and tight ends slightly above ADP and ensure that I'm getting some of those top and running backs and receivers are based off of who fall.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally reasonable. Yeah, like if I'm hand building all of them, if I'm doing the drafts myself, I'd like to correlate, but I do think that that's reasonable. If there's enough overlay, like the deal is good enough that like you should gain some EV even with just like letting it run, planning accordingly, setting your limits accordingly. Which I think you can do that in drafters, right? Can you set the limits?
Okay. Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
I like it.
Beastro says does seem like it will fill by Friday. I mean, if that's the case, I don't know. I'm gonna have to see where I'm at on Thursday. I also have I have 3 season-long fantasy drafts on Thursday night. So I'm like,
3 in one night?
Yeah, all in the same night, of course.
How did you let that happen?
I did. My cousin is in 2 of them with me. He joined my law school league, and he runs Cousins League as well. So he actually asked me, he was like, would you be okay with these 2 being on the same night? And I was like, I don't care that much about season long, so I'm just like, I'm fine with it. And then the other one is a no money league, also with people that I'm in a second league with. They're the same people that are in my unlimited keeper league also run like a different no money league, and I'm like, I just don't really care about that league, so it's, I don't know. Yeah,
I feel like it would be very hard to care about a no money league.
Yeah, I also had 3 vacations this month, so it's kind of like I can't like ask people to really work around me. I'm doing these streams all the time. It's just like whatever. That's fine having those 3 one night. Nick Chubb is here. Ray Davis. Let's see.
I'm still a believer in Nick Chubb, and I think our running back room can take it. I'm good with it.
Yeah, Nick Chubb was going to be my suggestion. Also, I wasn't going to say it though because the guy right before us is named Sniper. I was like, damn, if we say the name, I'm good with taking Nick Chubb on this team. We have a pretty strong RB room as it is.
Yeah. I like this team. This is fun.
1-4-60. Yeah, we got to find another quarterback. Will Levis, obviously. Right? Yeah. As long as we don't get sniped on Will Levis, and he's, I mean, way ahead of ADP still, I think. Yeah, 175. So
You know, the funny thing is with a quarterback like that, I feel like you have a higher likelihood of getting sniped on him. People aren't really drafting at that point because of their stack, right? They're like, damn it, I want my third quarterback. I'm just going to take best available.
Yep.
So I don't think we can really wait on him. Not saying we need to reach.
No. Yeah.
I don't think we should wait.
Iceman says Neil's in his own world, never seen Big Brother. I guess so. Is that?
I mean, it's probably one of the most popular summer shows out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch a lot of reality TV.
Yeah. Well, not that I do either, but that's what I watch.
Apparently, a lot of people do.
It's a great show. It's fun. Yeah, I meant to join the Siege's pool. I think it's like $100, and you pick a player and you go from there, or you pick 3 house guests, is what they call them. After the first week of viewing, and it's like $100, and winner splits whoever picked that one.
Fun. Yeah, sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. I just need a little bit of money on it.
Yeah, exactly. If you had some money on it, you would enjoy it a lot.
Yeah. Big Brother stream draft. Vote a streamer to drop off after every draft. Ooh, yeah. We get 12 of us on a stream.
That'd be very fun.
You not carry your weight. Yeah.
Ooh, you should try this in all right, I like this. You should try this as part of your marathon. Whoever the chat agrees or most votes has the worst team has to drop off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That could be fun.
Yeah. And throw some money in behind it too, right?
Right.
Everyone had to buy in $100 to come on the stream.
So you can't intentionally throw it.
Right. Yeah. I want to go. I want to get booted off.
Yeah. No, you're trying to win this thing.
Exactly.
So I've never the fantasy counselor. I'm not really familiar with.
I'm not either.
He's the guy that Pete makes fun of sometimes, right? He's like hot takes guy, I think.
Yeah. Samaje Perine released by the Broncos.
I saw that.
And Tim Patrick too. I feel bad.
Oh no, Evan Hall was cut.
Oh.
I was not expecting that. I've actually, I think I just drafted a share of him yesterday. I haven't drafted him a ton, but
Odell is on the pup. I haven't had any Odell, but it's interesting at least.
Eli Mitchell on season-ending IR.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, shit. I know you don't like that. I don't like that. I have a good amount of Eli Mitchell.
Damn. I mean, look, after I saw Jordan Mason perform, my Eli take went to Jordan Mason.
Same. But still, I had a lot prior to all the injuries.
Yeah, I have 14%.
How much do I have? Let's check it out. See what the damage is. Here, I'll refresh.
And I have 8% Jordan Mason.
All right, so I have 8% Eli Mitchell, RIP, 4% Jordan Mason. Oh, and it's the dollar amount. Eli Mitchell, is drafting more in like BBM, whereas Jordan Mason has been mostly in, recent drafts where I haven't been doing a lot of BBMs. It's all been off stream $5 and $3. So yeah, I don't love that.
I see a question in chat to me about ranking Bills receivers. I actually feel pretty strongly about this. It was Curtis Samuel for me for a little bit, then the injury, and I think he's going to be fine. But for me, it's a 1A 1B type thing between Curtis Samuel and Shakir, funnily enough, which I think Keon's still going ahead of both of them. I think that the camp reports were a little to the negative on Keon. I think he can obviously surpass that throughout the season. I liked what I saw from Shakir a lot last year. I think he really stepped up to the plate when they needed him to. And I think that kind of develops a good relationship. So Shakir is actually, because of his ADP, my top of the three. Then it goes Curtis Samuel. Then it goes Keon Coleman.
Yeah, sounds like Keon Coleman's been looking good in the preseason, and I have very little Keon Coleman. It's been, I think the same rankings for me. It's been like Curtis Samuel was my guy. I don't know. Now but Keon Coleman has never been a target for me where he's going in drafts, and now I'm like, probably need to catch up a little bit if he's looking good in camp.
Keon Coleman, I don't remember doing much in preseason. I don't think I played a preseason slate with the Bills on.
Okay.
But let me look.
Oldest person to draft 150 at 54. I don't think you're the oldest. I feel like there's got to be somebody older.
To draft 150?
Yeah, than 54 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah. But who can prove it?
True. And I see another question in the chat. Why Kincaid's a fade for me? Only because of the tight ends that are going around him. I take him in a stack, and I do love Josh Allen because of to our previous point. You can get some of his top receivers that you know will be around for fairly cheap. Are we up? Sorry,
we are, and it's interesting. We want to take Deshaun Watson, which we don't have stacked other than Nick Chubb.
I would disagree.
Yeah, I think we can disagree here. Kamani Vidal is there. Tyrone Tracy is there. Here, I'll sort by ADP. Do you like Jordan Mason? Let's just go Jordan Mason.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Great pick.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And so on Kincaid, let me pull it up really quick. Who I would take above? Obviously the 4 ahead in ADP, I prefer over Kincaid. Laporta, Kelsey, McBride, Andrews. I would take Pitts above Kincaid on a projection standpoint for the season. I would take Kittle, and maybe a hot take, I would take Evan Ingram over Kincaid. I think
that is
a ton of I think we saw a ton of targets from Evan Ingram last year. I think though that relationship continues, I think to my point earlier, that offense takes a step up. I think we always knew Evan Ingram was talented, right? If we remember the draft capital and early reports was Evan Ingram could be the next Travis Kelce, if you will.
Right.
Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but the talent has always been there. And I think this is an opportunity for Evan Ingram to really showcase what he's got. And obviously there's draft capital in Kincaid and potentially a better offense and certainly a better quarterback, or maybe debatable. But I think Kincaid gets pushed up because of the stack, because there's no top receiver that you're stacking with Josh Allen. And if you are not grabbing Josh Allen, then I don't envision grabbing Kincaid at that ADP.
Yeah, so I'm largely the same. He is at the end of a tier for me, but I still have Kincaid like basically even with like Kyle Pitts, George Kittle. So and a little bit ahead of Evan Ingram.
For sure.
So that's interesting. Yeah, I did, man. So Drew, I don't know if you know Sean V, if you're familiar at all with him. Sorry, let's make our pick first.
Yeah.
Before we talk about this. Yeah, they think we need another quarterback at some point. Maybe we push it and get a late Derek Carr.
Derek Carr with Shaheed. That's one of the reasons why I grabbed Shaheed, because I think that's a nice one. And then we only have 2 tight ends, 1 tight end.
We have 2 tight ends, Kyle Pitts, Dallas Goedert. So we're pretty.
Maybe we go Johnson and Carr later.
Oh, we could do Johnson later too. Do you like any of these? I like DeMarcus Robinson, Yoshevitz.
Yeah.
Anybody in particular?
Yoshevitz.
All right, we got Yoshevitz.
I will jump in just ahead of you as you tee it up. I've heard I've seen the sad news, but I have no interactions there.
Yeah, so I had a very I would say I had a largely friendly relationship with Sean V. He was kind of he did a fair amount of trolling in the stochastic chats, but I said it several times on those streams. I was like, even though like we disagree a lot and like we we make fun of each other. Like he would come into my MLB streams and be like, Neil doesn't know anything about baseball. He only knows NFL. Neil's an NFL guy. He doesn't know baseball. And I was like, dude, I'm doing an MLB show right now. Like, you're not entirely wrong, but like I didn't always love it. But I said several times, like, even though we disagree all the time, I always liked him because he was a guy who just didn't take himself too seriously. Like we would kind of make fun of him, and he was back every day, just throwing those hot takes out there. Just a guy who's in there having fun. Like he had hot takes. He would disagree with the host regularly. It was frustrating at times, but at the end of the day, he didn't take himself too seriously. After I got let go at Stochastic, so we had never had we'd never been buddy. You know, he was a guy who disagree with you all the time. Still, after I got let go at Stochastic, he said, you know, he came in and responded. He was like, "What the hell? Like, this is shocking to me. You were a great asset to that team. It's their loss." You know, so very kind there. So he ultimately, I liked Sean V. Even though we were, you know, he was a bit of a chat troll. He was just a guy who was there having fun. So yeah, I was definitely sad to see that he, 47, just too damn young.
It's awful to hear. Really sad. Yeah, and look, my only take on the personality of jumping in, you know, I think the engagement and the fun of that is all in good spirits, and to your point, clearly loved you and talked highly of you after the change, and I think that goes a long way. So sad, very sad news.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, that's all I have to say. It is sad. Sad to hear it. I had not talked to him in a while, so like,
yeah.
I mean, we have talked a little bit back and forth on Twitter in the past few months. Not like in DMs, just publicly, but
yeah.
I also admittedly did have him blocked. Not blocked. I had him muted on Twitter for a while because he trolled so much. It's like, man, I don't need this. But I had unmuted him because we came back and, you know, had a better relationship toward the end.
Yeah.
Michael asking, how was my vacation? Yeah, it's been 3 vacations this month.
Multiple vacations, yeah.
All of them great. Did feel like, you know, I wanted to. I have a lot of work to do this month. Trying to get my streams in, trying to prep for DFS. So it's like I'm happy to be home now, just able to focus on NFL season. But yeah, definitely it was great.
Yeah, now's a good time. Oh, sorry. Oh man. Text from DBro when you get a second. Yeah, now's a good time to do kind of the last minute. Are we up? Sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we are up. Derek Carr is here.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, now's obviously a great time before the NFL grind, and now we hit the ground running.
I think I already responded to DBro's latest text.
Oh, did you? I just scanned it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I talked about this earlier. My home league, I only do one season long draft, season long league. To your point earlier, like focusing on DFS is what I want to do. Season long is great. So I cut all my other home leagues except one, or all my leagues except one. I had like an office league and old league and whatnot. So I just do one home league. And we have people spread out. A lot of us in California. We have one in South Africa who moved to South Africa. And so getting time of when we could all do an in-person Zoom. Many of us have kids. Many of us have different work schedules, life schedules, whatever. So we did, and we couldn't find a program that really worked well of selecting your keepers, having the rest available, no timer, no clock. So we do a slow draft via Google Docs, Google Sheets, and we just manually type in our draft, and our manager, our commissioner should probably get a free entry for all the work that he does. But he will literally take the players and put them onto teams as we draft them. We trade draft picks, which are intense and insane. But it is a very fun league that we are about midway through the draft now.
All right, so we are on the clock. Tyler Boyd is top suggested. We have a mega Tennessee stack if we go that route. Anybody else like here? No Jawan Johnson available here.
Yeah.
I don't normally stack up quite this much, but it's kind
a big
of fun.
Stack. Why not?
I guess we could have gone Chig there too.
Oh, interesting.
But we have Pitts and Goddard. That's pretty strong.
I don't mind the Tyler Boyd, especially with some perceived early season value with Hopkins missing a few weeks, right? I think that
sounds like Hopkins is going to be back week 1 is the latest.
Oh, I missed that. Interesting. Yeah. Week 1, really?
Yeah.
I was expecting him out 2-ish plus.
Yeah, I thought he was going to miss a little time, but that is the latest that I've seen at least.
Yeah, okay.
Noah wants to know your flag plants at each position on underdog. Do you have flag plants?
Yeah, so I which you probably won't like this answer. I haven't done a ton of underdog. To my point earlier, I want to prioritize DraftKings because of the rate back. So I have nearly 150 done on DraftKings, and I have like 7 done on underdog, and most of them have been with Neil and the guys and whatnot. Flag plants, though, I'll try to think of some good ones as we go. Quarterback, I do think Lamar has a great shot, but I really like some of the late values that you can get. I like Jaden Daniels a lot, and then I like Trevor Lawrence. I think that's pretty solid. If you kind of think of like top, middle, and later picks. And I do like Will Levis. I think he has a lot of upside too. Running backs, we touched on it earlier. I'm a big Pacheco guy this year. I just think if you can get a running back with a huge share of that work in that backfield, we're talking 70% plus at least, right? I mean, how do you argue with somebody on the Chiefs in a top 3 projected offense, top 2, with 75% of the backfield? How do you argue against that? And he's not being drafted that way, in my opinion.
Right.
Receivers a little bit harder for me. I don't know that I have any huge flag plants. Game stack, obviously, quarterback stack. I don't necessarily feel really strongly about anyone in particular. And then tight end, I talked about earlier. I love Evan Ingram. I think he's a great pick.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, you're ready to go. I was asked that question last night, and I was like, man, Khalil Herbert was like, I could think of him. I was like, I could struggle to think of. I'm like, there are players like I'm in on Rashad Bateman still this year, so I would say he's sort of a flag plant for me, somebody that I'm actively trying to be well above the field, but did not have them ready to go.
I got my Gardner here. Let me close some windows. 1 second.
All right. I entered another in case you guys didn't see.
Oh, hold on. All right. DBro kind of alluded this earlier. I'm testing out some new stuff, some new recording stuff. I haven't figured out my mic situation yet, so my audio is probably not going to be great with the Gardner. But I'm trying to figure out what the best way with lighting and whatnot. So bear with me as I try to figure all this out.
Oh yeah, you are super dark right now.
I know. Well, because I just closed my window, including the blinds. So I got to figure out better lighting.
Yeah. I mean, we're pretty small anyway. I don't think it matters that much. People want to hear you more than they want to see you.
Exactly.
Michael just asked, so that was 125 that we just did. So I have 25 left to go. If in case you didn't see, Drew, I did enter another one. Now I think you before the last one, you were like, "Oh, I'll probably stick with you for a few rounds, then I'll have to go." You made it through that whole draft, and I just entered another.
Like I said, the DBro style. Now's probably a good time for me to drop with the Gardner. He's going to be blowing and everything nearby, so I'll drop and then plan on catching up with you later.
All right, that works for me. I appreciate you stopping in. I guess you're not making an announcement yet today, right? You're going to make an announcement on Thursday.
Yeah. So we DBro invited Justin and I on his show on Thursday, and I think he said it'll be released like Friday or a day or so later. Check that out. But we got good stuff working. Similar but different to what Neil and DBro have going on. You know, we all love fantasy football and fantasy sports, and so I love interacting with everyone who have the same passions as that, and so that's my goal here.
Hell yeah. Well, looking forward to the announcement on, I guess, Friday. It'll go
Yeah,
public. You'll have to tweet it out also. Make sure people
exactly.
see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Cool. All right. Well,
All right.
thank you for stopping in, and I'll hopefully see you tonight, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Thanks for all the questions, guys. Looking forward to connecting more.
All right. Later, Drew. Was it this year? I actually didn't max last year. I saw Hope was asking people to like email them if they had maxed it, I think, and I never actually saw if it was the same price. I wondered if they were going to do something cooler than a cactus, in my opinion. I don't know. The cactus is fine, but I would prefer just like an underdog hat, a little bit of swag, so I can actually wear something underdog while I'm doing underdog drafts. But it's probably a cactus again. I actually got 2 cacti the first year that they sent them out. I don't know if everybody did. Still have them. Not in the best shape by my front window. All right, I don't have a ton of Garrett Wilson, so good to get a share here. Off to a unique start already. Oh, you're 8 away. So you're closer than I am. I wish I was 8 away. That's the goal. I'm just trying to put myself in a position right now where when it gets to that point where it's like getting close to filling, I can just get in, make sure I get them done. So that's the goal today. Garrett Wilson, Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, tough to pass that up. So I think it was it Ryan Hodge said that he thinks his favorite picks at the turn, favorite double pick is Garrett Wilson and Devin Echan. I wonder if he would have gone Echan over Gibbs. I still like Gibbs better than Echan just because of that Detroit offensive line is so good. I think Echan might just like have a bigger role this year. Ooh, Felix. I thought you posted out midway point how many you had done. Your exposures. Always good to get those exposure updates. I like to see how other people are drafting. Usually it's, a lot of similarities, but a couple outliers. Felix, I don't think high enough on Najee Harris personally. Pretty low on Najee Harris. Only 94% instead of 100%. Bit of a hot take. James says Garrett Wilson HN teams are dead. I don't think I agree with that. Yeah, little light on Najee Harris. What is up, Mike? Good to see you. Have you had any pick quads lately? But yeah, I prefer Gibbs over Achane in a vacuum. Neither one of them going to be a bell cow. I just think ultimately, I mean, that Miami offense, I guess the structure of the offense is so good that Achane can just have several big games, which is important in best ball. But Gibbs just behind that Detroit offensive line, I think that he probably has a bigger role this year than he had last year. Looks so good. Higher draft capital. We getting any? I'm not seeing any other big news. Still shook by the Eli Mitchell news. It's like I've fallen for it so many times with Eli Mitchell. All right, Diggs, a suggestion. Kind of want to go this way. Or actually, maybe this way. I want to do that. Gives me multiple outs to take in a quarterback here. Because now I could just take Mahomes, stack with Rice. Otherwise, I could take Josh Allen. I've got Garrett Wilson there as the bringback already. Take another share of Buffalo later. You know, I would still take Kincaid, despite Drew being a naysayer. If he came back to me at the next turn, that's enough past ADP. If I have Josh Allen, I'd be happy to take him. Josh Allen goes. What's it going to be, O-Dog? All right. All right, so I get a stack early. Mahomes and Rashi. Kind of fun. Don't think I have a ton of it. Have a lot of it on DraftKings where the Chiefs, at least for a while, were going a lot later than they are now. I think they've actually moved up quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, Montgomery could steal those goal line TDs, but maybe Gibbs has a bigger role and score touchdowns from further out. Aaron Rodgers, I think he goes like 150, 160 generally. Sometimes he does have kind of a wide range where I think sometimes I'll see him fall to like pick 170, 180. It's pretty rare. I thought that the Jelani Woods thing was a bigger thing for me. I think I have some of him, more of Jelani in Superflex because I have more I have more Anthony Richardson in Superflex. So then I just took Jelani late, but I only have exactly one share of Jelani Woods in the regular of my 370 whatever drafts of the standard. I have one share for $4. So I did not realize how well I had avoided that one. Yeah, Bijan Gibbs is fun. It's been nice having the Gibbs fall a little bit because I didn't have a ton previously, so now like I get them a little bit cheaper. Take it. That feels good. 3% Mitchell, 12% Mason. You're in a good spot. Yes, JJ McCarthy is done for the year, sadly. Yeah, Josh Allen might run quite a bit. Very true. Peppertoni says Mahomes was starting to go in the mid 50s, then streamers decided to pull him way up. LOL. By streamers, do you just mean Davis Maddock? I think you just mean Davis Maddock. I'd like to. So somebody needs to pull the chart of like when Davis launched his best ball, his YouTube channel, and like correlate that with the ADP of all the Chiefs. My guess is there's a direct correlation of Davis Maddox start streaming and all of the Chiefs move up a little bit. I actually had thought about doing that and have not had the time to do so. So if any of you have time, go check out, I don't know, Best Ball Explorer, I think, has the charts of like ADP movement. Go try to map out the Davis Maddox starts his YouTube channel and Chiefs ADPs, because I think there was pretty strong correlation there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, Mahomes can. That's the thing. I'm thinking the Chiefs defense gets a little bit worse this year. and the offense gets better, which I think, obviously both are good for the Chiefs. And he does run a little bit. Mahomes runs when he needs to. He's not a complete zero on the ground. Yeah, it does feel good when the injuries don't hit you too hard. It does not feel great when you have Eli Mitchell and he's just dead. Oh, Worthy goes one pick before me. That hurts. That hurts a little bit. Could have the double stack. That's the goal when you take Mahomes and Rashee Rice here, is to get Worthy to fall back to you. At least that's my goal, I should say. Maybe not everybody. I think I like Rome better than Keenan Allen. I don't know. It's close. Well, at least I have the primary stack. Mahomes and Rashee. Ooh, I could double stack it now. Do I want Keenan and Rome, though? I do like Kittle. I think I got to go Kittle here. I still think that there is some chance that they move on from Ayuk and Kittle just shoots up the board. Especially if he gets traded to like Washington. Like, I don't think they're trading Terry McLaurin back, so I don't think they're going to get a high caliber wide receiver back unless it's like a multi-team trade, like a three-team trade. So I do still like buying in on Kittle. I think the most of the San Francisco guys, like getting him around ADP feels pretty good because I think he is going to look really good at this price if Ayuk gets traded. Ricky Pearsall was one that I had been super in for that reason, but I'm starting to worry that he's just hurt all the time, not getting enough practice in. I don't know. A little bit more nervous about it. So like he's a good buy. He's been falling as it becomes, I guess it hasn't really become more likely that Ayuk gets traded, but he never really moved up that much with the Ayuk looking more likely to get traded. And now he's been moving down. And I think that there's still, like, with Washington making trades, I still think it's a pretty some likelihood, not like super likely, but 20-25% chance that Ayuk gets traded to Washington or somewhere, I guess. Should I start Jaden Daniels or Brock Purdy? I think most of the time I'm starting Jaden Daniels. Like if they're both healthy going into the season, I think that my instinct would be to start Jaden Daniels. I think he has the risk of getting hurt and missing time because he is a rushing quarterback and he's very small. So some risk of hurt, and I think that he has a lower ADP due to the greater odds of being hurt. I also think, if Trent Williams does not sign with the Niners, that's going to be pretty tough for Brock Purdy. So yeah, my instinct is going into the season, week 1, they're both healthy. I'm probably starting Jaden Daniels. That's even if they do sign Trent Williams. I think I'm starting Jaden Daniels there. Wait, what happened with my Khalil Herbert bags? Anything happened there? Or just like no news is good news, you think? Oh, you think I should have gone Keenan Rome? Yeah. But we are on the clock. See, here's where Keon's here. Do have the correlation with Garrett Wilson there. Yeah, I'll get my rare Keon share. I still think it could. I think it could happen. Still, I think that there's a narrative out there among some sharps that I know. There's a narrative that Washington, in part, traded Jahan Dotson for that 3rd round pick as an additional asset for a potential IU trade, which I kind of buy would make sense. There is also the Niners have more of a need for Trent Williams than Ayuk. I think I buy that. So they don't have a ton of money to spend. Which I'm not. To be clear, I'm not very good with the salary cap stuff. But I was just reading earlier today that they might not have enough money to pay both of them, or they certainly can't pay Ayuk any more than what they've been offering. If they also want to sign Trent Williams, now Trent Williams holding out. So I don't know. I still think it is very alive that Ayuk gets traded. But Crutch was saying last night he never bought into it. It's probably not super likely, but I still think it's like 20-25%. Some are saying round 10 for Jordan Mason. I just took him in round 15. I think round 15 is I'm willing to take him there. If he gets steamed up to I don't know, he is the very clear RB2 in San Fran now. I guess it's not that crazy, but I don't think you don't need to buy him there. So you can get him later. So I would not draft him in round 10. I would at the very least let him fall to round 14 before you jump on it. I don't know, because ADP is moving that quickly. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does. Maybe he moves up quicker than I expect him to, but I just got him in the last draft in round 15. Yep, Lloyd. That was good news. Good news for Lloyd. I agree. Mason Mitchell news definitely significant. Cementing him as the RB2. CMC already banged up. That total situation seems to have just gotten a lot clearer. The path to being just an absolute league winner for Jordan Mason just got a lot clearer. So yeah, I do like the pick quite a bit. What's up, Hodge? You wanna stream sometime this week? Hodge, I was going to reach out last night. I was just on the verge of trying to set a schedule for this week when I realized that I need to just get in a stream instead of trying to schedule guests. So I did not end up reaching out to a bunch of guests trying to schedule things. We had talked about, I think, maybe doing another stream sometime before the season starts. I'm trying to get them all done by Friday. Yeah, vacay was super lit. I 3 different vacations, all very, very different this month. So I went to Wisconsin in Door County, Wisconsin, stayed in a cabin with my family. My mom rented a house and said, whoever can make it, come down. So it was just all family all the time. Got to hang out with my youngest nieces and nephews. It was really nice. It was a fun week with family in Door County, Wisconsin. Then we were home for, I think, just 1 week. And then my wife and I went out to Willamette Valley. So we flew into Portland, drove down to Willamette Valley wine country in Oregon, which was awesome. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go Josh Palmer. So we had, a nice trip, just the 2 of us. We spent some time in Willamette Valley, couple nights in Portland, and then we went up to Mount Rainier, did some hiking. So just myself and the wife. So very, very different from the first trip. And then the third trip went out to the MLB DraftKings MLB Live Final in Chicago as Nerdy Tenor's guest. So just some, just by myself in a super swanky hotel room after spending a lot of time in like cabins, remote areas. So 3 very, very different trips, all very awesome. And also great to be home. So that's the end. That's the rub for me with vacations is I love being at home. So like it was all 3 awesome vacations, and I'm happy to be home now. Some people pine for the vacation. I'm like, no, I was ready to be back. All right, Zach Moss. We'll do that. Caleb's gone, right? Yeah, Caleb's gone. Oh, I see who aims. Yeah. No news. Just yeah, I think it's looking good. I'm happy with the Herbert bags. Yep, CD. Yep, setting the market. The market is pretty high for wide receivers. Ayuk definitely has that kind of talent. You look at his efficiency numbers. He's towards the top. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking with Jordan Mason. Like it's still CMC there. Like he does have, I think he has better contingent value than most running backs, just because that San Francisco offense is so awesome. But again, the Trent Williams thing, like that sort of affects. I mean, it does affect the running backs there too. Like they're going to be a good offense regardless. But like that's a difference. That's a pretty big difference in that O line. But yeah, it's very valuable to be the RB2 in San Francisco. You have virtually 0 standalone value, but awesome contingent value, like the highest end contingent value. Neil points out Isaac Garendo. I haven't drafted a ton of Garendo. I drafted some of them in pre-draft stuff on Drafters, or I forget where he was available. He was not available on Underdog and pre-draft stuff, but he was available maybe DraftKings. I don't know, but I took some of him where I could. I've got a couple shares here or there. It feels like Jordan Mason is just pretty easily ahead of him on the depth chart. Yeah, I feel like he's not moving up quite as quickly now. Yeah, let me reach out to you, Hodge. Do I have time? I've been debating if I'm going to do a 6th on this stream and not give myself that much time. So the reason I'm taking a break is just like I want to have dinner between streams. I know some people just go through for a 12-hour stream or whatever. I'm trying to not do that. I want to take a short break between these streams, have dinner. I also like to have dinner, wait a little while before I go on a stream after I eat. Right, let's see. All right, we got the double stack. But this one probably has another 20 minutes in it. Yeah, I probably don't have time to do another one after this. I was gonna say maybe I'd send you a link right now, Hodge, but I think I'm gonna be done after this stream. So let's plan on another time this week. I'll reach out, figure out the schedule. I've got a couple people lined up. Meg just said I think she's gonna come on tomorrow in the afternoon. I might have best ball guy coming on. Let's see here. Oh, Herbert now shoots to the top. I wondered if, because I now have the double stack of Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams with the bring back of Keon, if it was going to want me to push Herbert. But I don't feel that strongly about other options here. Oh, man. Well, speaking of, we were just talking about Jordan Mason, where to take him now. You see here, he's my 4th suggested player. So so Sidekick moves the Sidekick updates in real time with the leg up rankings. I think even faster than they update them on the site. So they have just in real time. So this is where they have pushed Jordan Mason up ahead of Jaleel McLaughlin, Ray Davis, Khalil Herbert, etc. So they did move him up pretty aggressively. I think that's actually, I think I said round 14. This probably puts him around like a round 13 pick. So kind of pretty close to the same page there. I don't believe I've definitely been on boats on Lake Minnetonka. I don't know. I've probably swam in it. I haven't spent a lot of time on Lake. It's very cool. Like it's like boats are everywhere. It's a fun scene on Lake Minnetonka. The Freiermuth usage. So my understanding, he has not had a lot of usage in the preseason. I was pretty out on Freiermuth already, so honestly, I have not paid close attention to him. I don't know. I think he's a fine pick. He's not somebody that I'm heavily targeting where he's going. I usually just, if I haven't picked if I need another tight end where Freiermuth is, I feel just as good about like Tyler Conklin, Noah Fant. So I don't go out of my way I would rather have Freiermuth, but like it's not a huge tier break for me. Mike also thinks Garendo, the new RB2, interesting. Lived in Wisconsin for 15 years. Door County is beautiful. Yeah, it was very, very nice. Very cool. Also, like kind of touristy, very, very crowded with tourists. But yeah, it was cool. Purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. Is that a Hold Steady lyric? Sounds like it would be a Hold Steady lyric. I think maybe I know the song. I don't know. Yeah. Sounds like a Hold Steady lyric though. Oh man, Mike, we are not really on the same page here. So I'm very in on CD. I have not drafted a ton of Tolbert. Yeah, I appreciate you guys understand. Yeah, it's just like want to collect my thoughts. I'll have some, hopefully have time to like come up with some questions for Sacrilegious. If any of you have questions for Sacrilegious about the Sidekick, how it works, I will take them because my brain is fried. So I mean, I'll ask them some questions. But if any of you have any of your own, all right, I'm gonna go. Do I want to go Braylon Allen here? It's suggesting Jordan Mason. Fine. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go Jordan Mason. Yeah, 154 feels fair. I have a ton of Ray Davis already. So like those bags are packed. Have a ton of Khalil Herbert already. Braylon Allen, I thought about taking there. I have a good amount of Braylon Allen, and I also have the double stack of the Jets. Could have done that. But who knows? I'm not sure where Jordan Mason's going to move up to. I think end of round 13 seems fine. Taking him there. I should have done this. Yeah, DBro and I were talking about this. I had to plan ahead, get a toilet installed in my office. That's the play. All right, Braylon Allen comes back. See, I was thinking, I know I want Jordan Mason. I think he's going to come back to me. But then it was like, well, in my mind, Braylon Allen and Ray Davis are like the same value to me. I don't know. I view them about the same. So I was like, I know I want two of the three. Who is the most likely to come back? And ultimately, I thought Jordan Mason could be moving quickly enough, and one of those two probably going to come back to me. And Khalil Herbert, he's just, you can get him every draft. There he goes at 166. So even as my flag plant, I'm not trying to take him way ahead of ADP. I'm not trying to get him in every draft. Is this about Jordan Mason? Yeah. So I want to say it's $4.99 for the season, or like maybe $1.99 a month. Yeah, that's I mean, I love me some Jalil. That's the thing. That's part of the reason that I'm so in on being like zero RB is I like this range of RBs so good. Oh, it's Dave Chappelle. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's right. Doesn't need to be drafted. I think Malik Washington is a good 18th round pick, particularly if you have anything from that Miami Cleveland game. Like if you have a Miami or Cleveland stack, I do like Malik. I think he's a solid 18th round pick. I don't know how often he gets drafted. Oh, Purple Rain the movie, and then Chappelle did a skit with it. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, that's a good skit. I will be streaming starting at 8 Eastern with Sacrilegious, the one of the architects of the Sidekick. By the way, if any of you don't know this already, the other architect. I'll wait to my pick now. Noah Fant. Let's do it. So Sacrilegious, the other architect of the Sidekick, is Shady Advice, who just won the MLB Live Final for $1 million, his second $1 million win of the past 3 months, I want to say. Also, really, really nice guy. He was, when I got fired from Stochastic, laid off, however you want to describe it, whatever. He reached out to me right away. I was like, hey, if there's anything you need, if you want me to come on your YouTube channel, anything like that, anything I can do to help, I'm here. And that was pretty awesome. And he was on my very first, I had 2 guests, my first guest stream. He was one of them. So cool to see him doing well. Do I want a third quarterback on this team? I mean, I have Mahomes and Herbert. Feels like overkill, but also I have the double stack and the running back. I'm going to do it anyway. I'll just go 3 QB. Got the bring back also. Correct. That is $499. Yes. I did not see that Michael Carter got cut. But yeah, so I think I answered this question. I'm going live at 8. Probably doing 5 drafts tonight also. All right, only 28% drafted. Damn. Yeah, I mean, Shady he's obviously, you talk to him just a little bit and you're like, damn, this guy, smart guy. And Sacrilegious too, to be honest. So pretty easy for me to buy into the Sidekick, to want to use this, knowing the team. Corain, Sacrilegious, Shady Advice, like that's a great team. And pretty cool to see it working in real time with the Jordan Mason. Like I think Sacrilegious had told me that it updates like in real time, even quicker than on the site. But I had never like seen it in practice prior to this, where we saw Jordan Mason move up so quickly. Very cool. They still have Brendan Rice very high, so he must not have been cut. Oh yeah, Sack just posted in the Discord for Legendary Upside. Rankings have been updated to reflect the roster cut news from today. Any other news? I feel like there was so much that I missed some that just didn't get tweeted out. Yeah. Yeah, there was earlier in the stream, I got the notification from Roto World that that B-Rice had been cut. And then everybody responded was like, that's fake news. So I don't know what happened there. Somebody must have just like misread a blurb or something. Do I really want Malachi Corley? I mean, I know I have Rodgers, but I also have both Mike Williams and Garrett Wilson and Braylon Allen. Yeah, I'll do it. My rare Corley share. So I'm at 3-5-7-2. Mahomes, Herbert, Rodgers, running back Gibbs, Warren, Moss, Mason, Allen, wide receiver Wilson, Rashi Rice, Odunze, Coleman, Palmer, Mike Williams, Malachi Corley, and then tight end George Kittle and Noah Fant. Audric Estime pushed up to the top. Love to see it. I'll do it. It's my guy. Definitely another one of my stands, Audric Estime. I guess I could go Carson Steele. He's part of my stack too. No, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a rare Carson Steele. I have plenty of Estime. Let's do it. Let's get the rare Carson Steele share. Nice. That's fun. Team is done. That is going to be the end of this stream. As far as drafting goes, I'm not going to do another draft. I'll be back in a couple hours with Sacrilegious. Again, if any of you have questions, feel free to post them in chat, DM me, or just come back at 8 Eastern. Post them in chat there when Sack is here. Beastproof going back to Deuce Vaughn. Well, not a huge believer in Deuce Vaughn. All right. I was leaving it on for at least until everybody else is done. But yeah, I am going to close it up. I'll label it. I think this one's just, yeah, Drew was gone before I started this, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, all right, I'll do this on my own time. Appreciate all of you hanging out for this stream. Number, what was that, 126? I think I got 24 left to go. Going to be streaming a lot this week, starting back up in a couple hours, 8 Eastern, back with Sacrilegious to talk about the leg up sidekick tool. Talk about the quick rankings updates, what the thinking behind Jordan Mason. I don't know if Sack is involved in that, but should be a good time. So come back around 8 Eastern with me and Sack. We'll talk about the sidekick, do a couple drafts. I'll do probably 5 more tonight. So thank you guys. Please like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, all that good stuff. Thanks again. Catch you later.